You know, it's a weird thing. The weird thing is when when you go in and you look at your stream manager and you got follows while you were offline. Like, seeing that is weird. I understand what happened and why it happened. It's just, it's a little bizarre to see that. Oh, God. Sorry, I gotta do a thing real quick. I gotta clean the fluid out of my ear. I know that sounded disgusting. It's medicine. It's medicine. It's just, I would like to be able to hear for the rest of stream. So I have to take that. I have to take that out. I'm gonna put my hair back as well. Frizzy and gross. And it's getting in my eyes. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take the time to put my We're back. Why is my chat on my iPad broken? It does not want to display. I know there's like nobody said anything yet, but like it does not want to display at all. All right. Yeah, I'm right. Like, what the hell's going on over here? Hold on, let me fix this. If I restart you, not take care of things. My iPad lost power. Well, my whole home lost power today. My iPad lost. Get off my screen. So my iPad lost internet. There we go. Now it's working. Okay, so let's go over here. Yes. Ha! Did I remember to change the name? Yes, I did. Okay, sorry. That's a constant fear. Is that I didn't actually change the title and I have to go in and rush that shit through because I have a tendency of not doing that when I'm supposed to. Okay, that's cool. All right, that's cool. Let's get rid of all that. Okay. We are ready to get back to work on Ghazi Boy. I was looking at the box art and I saw a bunch of things that I need. That I don't. But we're trying to do a box art version of them, so we got stuff that we gotta do. So we gotta make. So that is an unfortunateness. I also need to watch too. Okay. What is that? No, the dick flap. That's white. That's black. That's metal. There's teeth? Yes, there are. Okay. So need to make certain things happen on that. Are we in focus? We looked. You're kind of loud. Access to my mixer. Please. Why are you under everything else? Go ahead. That's a problem I have whenever my power goes out. That a lot of my levels get changed. My music levels are higher than I want them to be, so that I'm able to focus for a fucking change. I need to refresh the water in my palette. Lots of things that I have not done to get ready to stream. I don't think about this shit. My list of things I need to do is incomplete. That's my fault. It's nobody's fault but mine, but it is nonetheless a thing. Why are you out? Okay. I think we're ready to get started. So, first thing I should probably do is handle the crotch situation. That's probably what I should do first. So we need black. We're gonna need bright gray. We're gonna need gunmetal. Those are the things that we're gonna need. Do we have anybody? Anybody decided to grace us today? Oh, Stork and Macron are here. Cool. I don't know why it's only reporting one. Because it has that like default one person thing. But like I said, it's default. Okay. So black. We need black. We need bright neutral gray, which is way over here. We're gonna need gunmetal. Which I don't. After I'm done with Ghaz, I don't think I'm gonna use this black anymore. I don't like the way it behaves. It's the default black, the matte black Fnatic paint. I don't care for it. It has a really weird behavior straight out of the bottle. Whenever I thin it down to like an ultra glaze, it's fine. It does what I want there. But when I'm trying to use it as a black tone, it's very awkward. I don't care for that. So I may switch over to using the AK black. I like the AK black. The Army Painter Fanatic black, like using it straight away, like using it as a for coverage, right? Using it for actual coverage, it's awkward. It's been behaving very awkward. While I've been working on Ghazzy Boy here. Again, whenever I thin it to glaze, it's perfect. It works perfectly fine. It does exactly what I want it to. But whenever I use it, so like here, whenever I'm using it to actually paint black like this, it has a really weird behavior that it wants to do. And as soon as I say that, as soon as I bitch about it, it doesn't do it. So, fuck me. Maybe it's just I suck and I'm not thinning it. I have not been thinning it probably. No, wait, no, it's doing it. See? It's doing this weird gummy thing. I don't know how to describe it. It's doing this weird gummy thing though. And I don't like that. Whenever I use the Pro Acryl Black, I don't have that problem. And I haven't noticed it, okay? I have not noticed it when using the AK Black, but I didn't want the flat black that Pro Acryl does, and I didn't know where my AK was whenever I got started. So, well, see, this thing is like this is one of the only ones that I've been having this issue with. Is this one, and it's only been doing it. It's only really been doing it on Ghaz here. Ghaz is the only one that I've used it in like a significant portion, obviously. So, and you know what else I'm realizing is I've been using it over black, right? Like I decided a while back that I was going to stop using black as the main color for my primer, because it doesn't really serve what I need, right? Like we're all told you either prime in black or you prime in zenithal, and I bought into the lie. And so what I decided on was it's like, you know what? I'm going to try zenithal. I'm going to try priming in just gray. I'm going to try priming in just black. I'm going to see what works best for me. And I found for me that priming in a neutral gray works best. I can't say that's going to work best for everybody. I don't like zenithal, right? Like I don't. I have no explanation as to why, but I don't like priming in zenithal unless like I'm getting an actual benefit out of it. And most of the time with my painting style, I'm not getting a benefit out of a zenithal. Most of the time. Sometimes I do. I will wholeheartedly admit there are times where zenithal does work well for me. Most of the time that's whenever I'm doing shit like brain, please. Speed painting, contrast painting, things like that. Zenithaling works great. That's kind of what zenithaling is for though, right? Like it helps to deepen those shadows and bring up those highlights, especially if you do the whole slap chop method. That's a great way of going about things. But predominantly I go for full coverage, right? And the gray lets me know where I've missed. It lets me know, it lets me do things like painting brighter entities, right? Like, so like, for example, the checkers here on the chin, I was able to paint those straight on with the gray prime. Whereas if I had done a black prime, I wouldn't have been able to do that as easily. Granted, that's bright neutral gray, that's not white. But regardless, it's just one of those situations of I find the gray primer works better for me. I'm not going to say it's going to work better for everybody. I prefer black, but I zenithal most things just to help my brain process where the highlights need to go. But I can totally understand preferring to prime gray too. See, okay, so the zenithal isn't really necessary for me because of the fucked up way my brain works. In so as I can see the finished product when I'm looking at it. I can see what it's going to turn into as I look at it. And then I can fill in the blanks. Like my brain will let me fill in the blanks. I don't know that that's a common thing for people. Because I learned I learned not too long ago that there are people who can't picture things in their head. Aphantasia. You know, I didn't know that that was a thing. I didn't realize that there were people out there who could not picture things in their head. And so something that my brain does is it'll actually rewrite what I'm seeing if I want it to, so that I can see it in a particular way. It also helps, you know, when shopping for furniture and things like that, because I can actually picture the room that we're shopping for, and I can place the item in there and see whether or not it's going to fit. And most of the time, I can come up with some pretty accurate dimensions. But and like I said, I don't think that's a thing that everybody can do. So that's why I say zenithaling doesn't necessarily do me any good, and a lot of times that means that my primer is too bright. Yeah, I don't think I'm so bad as that I can't picture things at all, but it's hard for me to picture things in detail. It's helpful for me. Probably a side effect of ADHD. Well, you know, possibly. But anyways, I lost my brain. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what, like I said, that's why zenithaling doesn't work. Zenithaling works great when I'm doing speed painting. I don't do a lot of speed painting. We're already at a timer refresh. Was not expect. Can you please refresh? Sorry, gotta keep the camera live. I need to get a better camera. That's probably what I should start looking at investing in. Fucking is a proper fucking video camera to use for my stream, because I don't have a proper video camera right now. I'm using a DSLR, so I have my 25-minute timer that I constantly have to use, and too frequently do I forget to reset things so that it so sometimes my camera will shut off randomly in the middle of the stream. Luckily, I've changed my interface, so that's not a problem. Originally, my interface would die if the camera died, and I wouldn't be able to get it back without resetting OBS. But I need to get like a proper video camera there that I have like manual controls for. But I don't want to spend the money on that because like what I want is going to be like $1,000, and there's no goddamn way. Let's really come along. Nice, thank you, Obi-Wan. We're working on the cod piece right now. What was that, Badoop? What was that? Oh, was that on my phone? That was on my phone. That was my phone. That was my phone telling me that I'm live. Thank you, phone. So yeah. We're working on the cod piece right now. So, I need gunmetal, but also kind of want to brighten this up just a hair. So this is bright neutral gray. This is not white. Bright neutral gray goes down better than white does, and looks white next to black. Those of you who like using white paint, you're wrong. a really bright gray, when next to color, often will look white. So that'll do you most of the time. So I use bright neutral gray by Pro Acryl to get that white effect, and it also allows you to highlight up from there, because then you can use white as a highlight. Never use pure white as a predominant color. I will say that to anybody. Do not use white as a predominant color, because you can't highlight white. But you can use near whites. They will look white enough, and it allows you to highlight up a little bit more. Okay, I need gunmetal. I don't have any gunmetal on my palette, because I thought that was going to take longer, because the black has been being a bitch the past few days. And there's my AK black. How did I not see you there? It's too different of a color. It's too different of a color to switch over to it now. Did any of y'all see? Okay, so Macron, I don't know about you. You may have seen it. Obi-Wan, I don't know if you pay attention to this shit. I'm obsessive about paint, right? Like, I think we all know this by now, that I'm obsessive when it comes to buying different paints. I found out that that Army Painter is doing a signature series. Army Painter is doing a signature series of paints. They've got 2 boxes coming out, right? You got 2 boxes of signature paints coming out. I think they're like 18 paints each. I think I prefer the method where you apply white and then go into gray or bluish gray to reverse highlight. Is that right? That would be called shading. But yes, I understand. And no, that's not my preferred method. I usually like working dark up. That's me. That is what works well for me. Not so much everyone. I know some people like going mid, starting mid and then going down and up from there. That's how GW teaches you to paint. GW teaches you start with your mid-tones, then wash, then highlight up from there. I don't agree with that, because there's a lot of wasted time in that. You start with your mid-tone, then you darken it down, and then you go back to your mid-tone, and then you highlight up. I don't agree with that. I've done that method. It has worked well for me in certain projects. Whenever I did my, what the fuck is his name? Karn the Betrayer. That's the method that I used. I painted him with corn red, and then hit him with the Nuln Oil, then went back to corn red, Mephiston red, and all that kind of stuff. That's how I did that. Hey, Pats, how's it going, man? That's how I did that. And then it was after doing that model that I decided to move over to starting dark and going light. And because I'm as slow a painter as I am, I found that is a better method for me, because it cuts out an unnecessary step. So if you start dark and work your way up, I found that is better for me. And I struggle going from high highlights down. Like I can go mid-tone down, I can do medium highlights down. I can't, my brain for whatever reason can't wrap itself around going from a high backwards. It doesn't work. That's just me though. Like if that works for you, excellent. It's great for you. You found a method that works for you. Does not work for me. So I don't do that whole thing. But anyway, like I was saying, Army Painter has a signature series coming out. Like I said, 2 boxes of I think 18 paints. Now I'm a little bothered by them. Okay, I'm really hoping that you'll be able to buy the paints separately afterwards, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff in those 2 boxes that I don't see a benefit for me to have. And so what I mean by that is all of the paints that are in those boxes, save for one, are all new paints. Okay? There's going to be one paint in one of the boxes that is a wash. I think it's a brown wash that Army Painter already sells. Everything else are going to be new Fanatic paints as well as new Speed paints. There's going to be a mixture of both in there. I don't remember who the artist is that they're collabing with to do this, okay? But it's going to be speed paints and Fanatics paints. And the new Fanatics paints they have are going to slot into existing series that they already have. So if you're like me and you frequently use the black and dark gray set, is that what it's called? Hold on, let me see. Let me make sure that's what it's called. No, it's just called black and grays. So the black and gray set. So it's these 6 colors, right? There's gonna be a new dark gray in there that slots in between black and that's the wrong color. That slots in between black and deep gray. I think it's called iron gray. I'm not positive about that, but it's an even darker gray than what they've got as their lowest actual gray in that set. So, and that's one thing that in that particular set I felt has been lacking is a true dark gray, because the one that's in there I feel like is too high of a bump. Hey Stork, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I feel like the gray that's in the first, like the number 2 paint that's in there, the first gray, I feel that it's too quick of a jump in grays. I feel like there needs to be another one in there. What I will often do is actually substitute in dark neutral gray from Pro Acryl in between there whenever I'm working with the set, because it gives you a more gradual bump when trying to work with those. See, Ice Cream Man, this seems like a more appropriate time for you to be in the neighborhood, not this 5:30 at night bullshit when it's getting dark. So yeah, it's like, having seen that, being like, hey, yeah, we're gonna have new colors that are gonna slot in well with the currently existing. They call them triads, but they're fucking wrong. But like stuff that slots in well with the current triads, I'm just like, ooh, that's very interesting to me. But I don't need the speed paints. I don't use a lot of speed paints in my work. So, yeah, 6 paint triad. Yeah, is that right? Like, they call them triads. I'm like, guys, can we find a better name for that shit? Because they're not fucking triads. But yeah, like I said, so yeah, like the new Fanatics that they're gonna have, because I've got a lot of Fanatics chains, not so much in the purples. Wait, am I lying? I might be lying. No, I'm lying. I have 2 purple chains. It's the greens and the blues. No, it's the blues. It's the purples and the pinks and the blues that I don't have a lot of stuff in. I've got a lot of Fanatics paints. I can't imagine that Rain is happy with me about that. Looking around my desk now, I understand why I'm in trouble so often about paint. Anyways. So yeah, but like I said, they're gonna have a good color, and I know there are some reds in there, and I have been very upset about the reds that are provided by Army Paint, because they feel super incomplete. I can't get more paint or I'll be buried with unopened. That just means you're doing it wrong, brother. Listen, man, there's no such thing as too many paints or ending up with unopened paints. My 700 paints have an ass. You will use them. You buy them as you need them. You buy them as you want them. You'll find a reason to use them. Make sure that it's just making sure that you use them. I've used all of my paints, like all my Army Painter stuff. I've used all of them. Because I try to make sure that they get used. Like, that's the thing, is you try, you come up with new color schemes that incorporate all the new paints that you have. I do find myself using Pro Acryl stuff less and less, but at the same time, I find myself not working on the same type of projects. that I was working on when I was using my my Pro Acryl stuff. So that's another big change. Like, I'm using Pro Acryl stuff on Ghazi Boy here. I am using a lot of Army Painter on Ghazi, but all of the red, well, not all of the reds, most of the reds that are on him, like the teeth, the claw, and the random accoutrement, those are all done using all Pro Acryl colors, whereas like the cabling and wires, those are all done using Army Painter stuff. And that's what I mean whenever I say I feel that Army Painter is lacking in the reds, because I cannot accomplish the effect on the teeth or on the gauntlet with Army Painter paints. I cannot accomplish these colors using Army Painter, not without doing some serious mixing. And I get really wary of mixing because so many paints are not monopigment. And all too often do I start mixing things together and they start going wonky because there's other pigments in there that I wasn't expecting. Like, there's more blues. Like, okay, there's like in some of the ivories, as far as like name Pro Acryl goes, there's a lot more blue pigment in there than you would think. And I've started noticing that as being a serious problem sometimes when trying to mix those. I've moved predominantly over to Army Painter when doing ivories. All of my ivories on this, for example, those are all Army Painter. But the reds, like I said, they're lacking in that area of like true reds and yeah, like in the area of true reds, like they call this pure red, right? And it looks like pure red whenever you're looking at the color. Like, they call this pure red. This color, it comes out remarkably pink. Like, remarkably pink. I don't know why they think they call this pure red. They call it, they say it's vivid red. It's not. It's more of a pink. But your dragon red over here, which looks like a darker red, kind of looks more like a true red, and they call that vivid purplish red. And it's not. There's not a lot of purple in this one. There's more purple in the Wyvern Fury, which is the next one down in the Cool Red series. In this one, there's a lot of purple in this one, but not so much in the Dragon Red. The Dragon Red is more of a true red than what you see out of the pure red. But you don't have a burnt red. There's no equivalent to this in Army Painter. And this is going to be close to your corn red, which is an amazing color. Not so much the new one. The new one's a little too bright. I prefer the old corn red personally, but this is what we've got. So, but like this is closer to your corn reds and your whatnot. This is a really great color. You're like the red oxide. There's nothing like this in the Army Painter lineup. The bold pyro red. This is a fucking true red. This is a super vibrant true red, but there's nothing that's comparable to this in Army Painter. And that's what I used as the highlights in the teeth. So like those are going up into a true red, whereas like the cabling, it's going up into a pink. So it's just here. I can show you better on. I can show you what the cool reds look like better on another model. This model is completely done in the cool reds lineup on from Army Painter. I was trying to make him look like he doesn't have skin, and it kind of works out. And it's kind of the perfect color for doing that. Like you can definitely like see all like the muscle fiber and whatnot in him, but like it looks, it has more of a purpley undertone, and it goes up into a pink instead. But there's no true red amongst that. You know, like if you look at any single part of this, there's no true red in there. But there's two colors that are supposed to be along those true red lineups in this particular paint chain. So that's more of what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I am disappointed in the reds that are provided by Army Painter, because there are better ones. They're simply better ones in Pro Acryl. So like that's what I'm mixing up right now, by the way, because I need to do the dick cloth. So I'm about to be putting some some of my burnt red down on the palette. And now that I've actually figured out how to thin paints to a decent degree, because I've never been good at that. It's something I've been struggling with for a long time. Oh, fuck me. How did I miss that? Okay, I gotta fix another thing. I gotta fix some armor issues that I didn't realize I had flat out missed. Earlier. But yeah, like I said, they don't have those. They don't have like the colors that I need in Army Painter. And so, like I said, I saw that I think there's like 2 or 3 new reds that are being introduced in that new signature series. That's what I was getting at. There's like 2 or 3 new reds that are being introduced in those signature or specialty. I don't know what they're gonna call them. Because it was like a minute and a half video that I was watching. Unfortunately, so like there just wasn't a whole lot of information. So I don't remember. Like I don't think they gave any dates or anything like that. It was just, yeah, we've got these new colors. They're all of them are new except for this one wash, and they're gonna slot in perfectly with our triad system, and our speed paints are gonna be new speed paints in there that people are gonna love. And I'm like, oh, cool. Are you gonna sell them separately? Can I buy them individually? Because that sounds expensive. Because like I said, it's like 18 or 20 colors per box, and that can rack up very quickly when trying to buy things. For y'all are familiar with that situation. So yeah, okay. That's a lot better. Okay. Like I said, it's just one of those kinds of situations of I was hoping for more information. There likely will be more information eventually about it. But you're not actually releasing all the pigment. Why are you not releasing all the pigment? All right, we gotta wash the brush. There we go. Now you're letting go of all that pigment. The old pure run of gray. You know, I'm sure it was. I'm sure the old, like, I didn't like the old Army Painter colors in general. Okay? Like, whenever they launched Fanatics, I was like, you know what? I'll take a risk on you. I'll take a risk on you. I'll buy a handful of different colors and different ranges that I think will do what I want. And I did, at that time, I did not buy, like, full 6-packs like I should have. But I did end up really liking a lot of them, and so I've been buying up full triads since. I hate that word, but I've been buying up full collections. Let's go with that. Let's say collections. Since then, so I've got all of the ones that I've got minus like metallics, because there aren't really like situations with the metallics to do that. At least not that I've noticed. Hold on, let's pick up. Yeah. So like gunmetal here doesn't have any kind of set that it belongs to. So like I've got a couple of those. I'm not really happy with the gold that I've got. I got the greedy gold. I'm not totally happy with it. But I have it. I use it from time to time. I'm not thrilled with it. And it's not because like the paint's bad or anything. I just don't like the color. It's not quite what I want it to be. One of the other golds might be, but they look too different. for me to think that that's gonna be the case. Good golds are hard to come by. I really like. Okay, so there's two golds that I really like. One that I don't use anymore, because it's tucked in a box somewhere. But there are two golds that I have liked. I like Retributor armor because it is genuinely a good gold. It really is. I don't use a lot of Citadel paints anymore, especially since if I run out of any of them, I know they're not going to match up anymore because Citadel's changing their formulas. They've changed so many of their formulas, I'm worried that if I use up any of those paints, that I'm going to run into a situation where I'm not going to like the new color. So Retributor Armor is a great gold. My favorite is, where are you hiding? Is this one right here, Rich Gold. This is my favorite gold. It does not look like this. These bottles do not do these colors justice. But that has been my favorite gold. I use it anytime I'm in a situation where I need a really good gold. That's usually where I'm reaching to. I do need to try some of the new Turbo Dork formula gold because they've got real shiny golds. Their metallics are real super shiny. Haven't dipped a toe into Pro Acryl Metallics yet. Check that one. It's great. It's a great gold. It really is. It's a wonderful gold. Like I said, I want to try the Turbo Dork one. I've tried the Turbo Dork Copper, the old formula. I've not tried the new formula. Old formula, I think it's called 2 cents. Which, again, stop trying to come up with clever names. Companies, please. Please stop trying to come up with clever names. Just call them what they fucking are. But, yeah, I think it's called 2 cents. It's so shiny. And that was the only problem I really had with it. Is it was too much like using a new penny kind of copper. You know what I mean? Like I think that makes sense. Like you get like a brand new penny from the bank kind of situation, or from using cash and getting change for whatever reason. I don't know that a lot of people actually do that shit anymore. But oh, were we already at that point? All right. I didn't say stop, but I appreciate you stopping. But yeah, it's so sparkly. Gonna have to fix that. So yeah, like I said, I need to try out their new formula. So like they've got new formula Turbo Dork that they say is different. Their big claim is that the paints are different now. They don't feel a lot different to me. Like I've used, what are you called? Dream On and Black Ice from Turbo Dork. So that's a black paint and then a blue to red color shift paint. And they still feel like the old paints do. And it's a medium issue. I don't know what kind of medium they're using with it, but it doesn't work well with wet palettes. I think it's one of those situations of they're intended to be used with dry palettes. I don't like using dry palettes because I find myself going back and forth a lot. I know that's a me problem, not so much a them problem, but it's got a similar feel to Scale 75 paints, where because they use that gel medium. And I don't care for gel mediums when it comes to my acrylics. I really don't like those gel mediums because they act up. And that's the biggest issue I've had with Scale 75. I don't know if Scale does that with their Chimera paints, because I hear wonderful thing about Chimera paints, but I've never actually used one. Never actually gotten a chance to use Chimera, because the only place in my area that sells Scale isn't able to get Scale anymore. Scale has been having some problems in the States the past few months. Some partnership and ownership issues. So the American partner, apparently he's been kind of hard to work with. I can't say like he's doing anything, like I can't say like individual things that he's done, but I've heard rumors of him having been hard to work with this in certain regards. So that has and I think it's like I think it's the new guy, because I think the old guy sold off the American branch of the company to somebody else, and the new American owner has been a little bit difficult to work with, and therefore actually getting the paints into the country, because Scale 75 is a Spanish company, has been challenging. So Scale actually does some really good, they call them alchemies. They're metallics. Well, they're not really metallics. It's more like shiny stone. Because like they have a white alchemy. I don't remember what it's called, but it's a really good white metallic, but it kind of looks like almost opalescent or a really brilliant pearl. And it's a great color. It's a great color to work with. It looks really good for Necron masks, but you can't get that anymore. Like it's just, you're not able to get them in the States anymore for some reason, and I don't understand why, and I don't like that. Scale 75 needs a lot of shaking or it won't behave. It's not even that it needs a lot of shaking. It literally, it uses a gel medium. Gel mediums do not behave the same way as your typical acrylic mediums, your water-based mediums that most people are used to working with. Army Painter, Pro Acryl, Citadel, Vallejo. Those are all water-based mediums compared to Scale uses a gel-based medium. So Scales, so that medium can really throw people off if they're not used to using it. And most people are not going to be used to using it. They're going to use, they're going to grab one of those paints because they're like, oh, I really like this color that they produce. And then they go to use it and it's like, oh, this does not act the way that I thought it was going to act because the medium is so different. So if you start painting with something like that, something that's a gel medium or something of that nature, it's a lot easier to make that adjustment into using it than it is if you're already used to like starting with like Citadel or Army Painter, which is what most people start with, because most people start with Warhammer, and a lot of times they go with what is recommended from GW, which is of course their own colors. And because they recommend their own colors, that's what people usually use first. And that's unfortunately when people get introduced to the dumbass bottle system that Citadel uses. But Citadel will never change from using paint pots. At least I don't think they will. Because paint pots are too profitable. What do I mean by that? I mean, you have to replace your paints more often because your paints end up drying out or like the rims will get clogged and therefore the internal paint will go bad, or like the chunks of gross will get back down into the paint and you'll need to replace it. Like, it's too profitable to use paint pots. And that is why GW will never change away from using their paint pots because they don't want you to use a wet palette. They want you to use dry palettes. That's why they have dry palettes and not any form of wet palette that they sell, because it makes it more conducive for you to use their paint pots and do the whole scooping bullshit that they want you to do, instead of, you know, evolving over to another system that you can use a wet palette with. So, for those of you who are like, you know, one day Citadel will change over, yeah, they're never going to. There is a rumor going around the new Citadel paint range is coming. That rumor has existed since forever. There's always a rumor the new paint range is gonna be in dropper bottles. New paint range, like whenever contrast paints were coming out, that was the rumor, is that the new paint range of contrast is gonna be coming in dropper bottles, because it makes more sense for them to use dropper bottles. People want to use dropper bottles. People want it so badly, the rumor will always exist. So until there's genuine evidence, heavy dose of salt with those rumors. Because yeah, they don't. It makes them more money for you to be using, the paint pots, and that it's also a little bit harder to believe into that, because like I said, colors like corn red are already a new paint. There are people that have been going out and they've been comparing. I think Squidmar did it not too long ago, where you can go out and you get a new bottle of corn red versus one that was produced a year or so ago. They are different colors now because they're utilizing a new formula. And that's the case with a lot of their genuine acrylics, is that they're changing the formula. Like they've already gone through and changed their formula. So if they're going to change the formula anyways, or have already changed the formula, there's no reason for them to now have already released those colors in a current package to then go out and release it in a different package style. The only thing that makes sense for GW as a business to change over to dropper bottles is their air paints. The stuff that they have that's designed to be used with airbrushes, that's the only paints that make sense for them to switch over to dropper bottles. Because why the fuck do you have those in paint pots? What madman thought that was a wise decision? Do I want this one? No, I want this one. Like someone came up with that idea, and it's like, you should be shot. There's no conceivable reason to have anything that's supposed to go into an airbrush come out of a container like that. Unless you were going like the ink route, where it has like a dropper built into it, you know? Like whenever you work with like Liquitex or something like that, and they've got the little eyedropper that's in the lid. That sort of makes sense if you want to do a container that way, but not with their paint. That's why P3, whenever they relaunched, moved over to droppers, because that, like, they moved over because of the overwhelming amount of people who want. That's not thin enough. The overwhelming number of people who don't want to use the paint pots, but they did offer the paint pots for those nostalgic people. I don't know why you would be nostalgic for paint pots. They're awful. But that's what some people want, so they did it. I would like to see the actual numbers of people who ordered it in pots instead of droppers. What is this lack of confidence? What is this lack of confidence, Mew? What's going on? Why you hit me with the don't fuck it up? What have I done to inspire this lack of faith in me? I say that as I like as there's every possibility of me fucking up what I'm doing right now. Just pushing buttons. How's that chord done? Is it like a brown? Yeah, it's okay, it's the same color as the same color as the pants, okay. Okay. Need this. That almost looks like a tank. I don't know if that's how that's. Ooh, I should have done this earlier. This what I'm doing now. This is where the potential fuck up. And I know this is an argument for, see, this is why you prime in black. Not. Because if I had primed in black, I would have not gotten primer on the undersides in here. Would have not gotten any paint on that. It would have been bare primer. I am absolutely someone who hates having bare primer showing on a model. In the finished results. I really can't stand it. That's not to say if that's something you want to do, that you shouldn't. If that's how you like doing, more power to you. But I personally can't stand having bare primer showing. Now, how much of that black can I maintain when moving over to... Why are you there? That's not where I need you to be. Stop doing that. Ugh. I'm a... Ooh, I can't. Can't maintain. Wow, I didn't think that was. That's still wet. That's gonna be a mistake if I actually do that. Let's get the little. That looks like a gas tank. I know it's not. Oh, I know what that is. That's another me fuck up. That's supposed to be a wire receptor. There's supposed to be a wire in there that I missed, and by the time I discovered that I had missed it, it was way too late to actually try to get it attached. So that is a me error. Still wet down there? Ah, you're good. That sounded weird, didn't it? That was a weird thing that I said. I'm not crazy about how that came out. Oh, for those of you who have yet to make the change over from Twitter, my Blue Sky is available down in my my socials section, or I guess it's down in my description. I guess, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm not super happy with the Blue Sky platform, and I think it's because it's such an immature social media. You know, there's not a lot of people who actually work for it. And I think that's gonna hurt it more than help it right now. Because like the algorithm kind of sucks for your recommendations. I'm getting way more political nonsense than I want. Like a ridiculous amount. Like I understand, like, yeah, a lot of liberals are moving away from Twitter because it's become, you know, it's Elon Musk's platform. So obviously it's very, very conservative now. There's a shit ton of bots and whatnot, but there's like the Discover page on Blue Sky is very disappointing to me. It's so full of vitriol that it's genuinely disappointing. Like I'm not happy about the situation we're in either. It's just goddamn. It seemed like that's all that some people live for now. And it's disappointing. And I've only been on the platform for 2 days. Or really just like one full day. Being totally honest. It's only been like one full day that I've been on there. I mean, I found a lot of the same people that I follow like on Insta on there. Was happy to see that. A lot of folks that I follow here on Twitch was able to find a good portion of them. But and I think now that I'm interacting more with those people that maybe the algorithm will start catching on that I don't want my feed to be full of political bullshit. But it's taken a long time to train it. It's taken a lot more. Like it was easier to train Twitter when I joined than it's been training Blue Sky. And granted, on Twitter again, I don't see a lot of the political bullshit that's on there. Obviously, I see all of Elon's shit because he forces you to see it. And I will be maintaining my Twitter. I won't be using it, but I will be maintaining it, so that somebody else does not go and start using my name. I know some people have been like, "Okay, I canceled my my X account today." It's like, you really probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, there's the 1 minute warning. All right, so we've got an ad break coming in here in a second. So we'll be going on break for that. When we come back, talk about you know what? I'll drop the bullshit. I'll drop the complaining about Blue Sky, and we'll just work on our Ghaz. I am running into some issues. Because there are things I need to do on him that I'm worried about how I'm gonna pull it off. There is that we're gonna have to figure out. But we're gonna take a little bit of a break. And yeah. Okay, let's... Ow. Let's get back to it. Okay, I need to find a better sitting position because I'm not doing well. Sitting position, it's hurting my back way more than it should be. Okay. I do need to make some highlights happen on some of these gray panels. But I also need to get these worked up a little bit better. I need to come in and darken down some sections on some of the metallics. On like the feet. A fair amount of ignored work that needs to happen on the legs. So we'll need to figure that out. There's these triangles here that need to be appropriately addressed. They're being a little bit funky. There are apparently on the back of this leg, there are some triangles that are supposed to be painted in. Is it on both legs? I think it's only on his right leg. Yeah, he's got 4 triangles on the back of his right leg. A lot of wires that need to get painted. A lot of little weird things around the leg. Like there's this wire, these wires here and here. Those need to get worked up. A lot of like little itty bitty things that I've been just ignoring. And you get the triangles on the leg. I didn't know that those were supposed to be a thing until today. That is just literally me missing those. I've gotten most of the freehand stuff. I feel like most of it's checkerboarding, but some of it is just not. Like I said, those triangles, I did not know those were supposed to be there until earlier today. I was looking over the model, trying to see what all I needed to get done on the legs, and saw those. I was like, oh shit, that's something I need to worry about. A little bit of this bugging me. Rivets. Right, look to the the right. We're not in detail. Correct. Go. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Rivets on legs. It looks like I've got most of those. Not over here. I need to do the staples. Because these are stapled on, not stitched on. I did. That might be. No, it's not. It's just one. Looked like a cross at first, but it's the one. So these are staples, not stitches. He's got more on his pants. So don't you dare. Don't you dare do what you're trying to do there. So, try to get these staples without doing too much damage. Yes. I don't remember how low I stopped in the leather chain. These are going to be challenging. Ooh, yeah, those are real challenging. Those are at a very awkward angle. It's gonna fuck up. That's okay, it's fixable. Oh, that's a much smarter approach. That... Yep, that's what that looks like. Am I happy about it? No. Can I work with it? Maybe. That might be too thin. That. That might have been. Leave that alone. Right over here. Still just as tight. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So I need do some wiring. I think I want to redo some of the green here on his back. Feel like I've done him dirty. I've definitely done him dirty. Looking at it now. Yeah, I've definitely done him dirty. I need to do some fixing on his back. I need to do a little bit of fixing. Let's get those wires. Which start in a dark yellow. Which is a weird term. It's a weird term to use. Dark yellow. Because really, dark yellow is just brown. But it's a bright enough brown that it doesn't look brown, it looks yellow. I guess this one more approaches an orange. Instead of they may have gone with darker orange. They mixed in with cool your eyes. Go with not a bright orange, darker. Mix that in with the yellow a little bit. Cool your eye. Dark. Mustard yellow. That's probably a good term for it. Not like a hot dog yellow, but more of a or hot dog mustard orange. Hot dog mustard yellow. More of a Dijon. I don't have my example up anymore. How much more of that is needed? So that one and that one. Yeah, okay. So that one that's under there that doesn't seem to have a purpose in existence. Oh, that's 2 wires. That's unfortunate. Weird to have two Sonic Syndicate songs back to back. I guess this is two different versions of the band. Okay. Get a look at that. Ooh, interesting. Mixed it on the box. How exciting. Okay. In that case, because it literally, this wire that I'm going for right here, I don't know how well y'all can see it. Not well because of how dark it is in there. This wire right here is gray on the box art. Means they missed this. Nothing on this model is. There's another wire in there. That wire is basically impossible to reach. This one's visible and easy to reach. We're gonna do it up in the yellow. A lot of these wires are either red or yellow. A lot of the yellow ones have stripes on them. I'm not convincing I have not convinced myself that the striped ones are gonna end up being striped. Those. Okay. That one's done in metallic. And the other one is a yellow and white stripe, a yellow and black stripe. Okay. Well, oh, that is a coiled cable. Okay, so that's why they did that in metallic. They tend. It looks like all of these here that are like ribbed cables. They did all of those in metallics. Phone call from a fake number. All right, I'll feed you to my bot. If you're gonna hit me with a bot, I'm gonna feed you my own bot. How do y'all like the bot? Doesn't look like they like the bot. They're not saying anything. Did I get that on his pants? Doesn't look like it. It's a real tough one. I'm surprised that they decided to do that as a striped cable. Hard that is true. But they may have been smart enough to do the model in subassemblies. So, if that's the case, that would have been a lot easier. Metal. Oh, yeah. Too much paint on the brush. Not maintaining any of those blacks. Well, not not important that it's that way. It just... Seeing gross. That's why. Oh, fuck me. There we go. That's better. A little bit, metal showing on this kind of brace. Maybe it is. It's a structural brace. Kinda not really. That worked out. Yeah, it worked out. Yeah, it worked out fine. Okay. That. Oh, there's a rivet on the back of there. I did not notice that. Did not notice that. Let's get the rivet. Okay. Yeah, there we go. And there, did I fuck up? Not really, but it's definitely not covered. You know what? Like, I started working on all this, and I was like, you know, I need to work on his back and yada yada yada, and like, and I've been everywhere but that section. Little hidden rivets. That looks like a patch. Couple of hidden rivets under. These edges. I also talked about highlighting on his legs, and I didn't do that. There's a lot of things I have talked about doing and haven't touched. I need to be better. I need to be better about doing the things that just let my brain wander over the model and just do whatever it feels like doing. No rivet. Okay. Let's highlight up. Let's highlight up these triangles. Not a lot. Need a lot. Mostly gonna be here. Okay. Over the edge of the middle. Not. I don't have the right red to highlight the metal red on my palette. Wait, what is this? Why do I keep getting DMs randomly? Why are these bots that keep thinking I'm gonna interact with you? You wanna talk to me while I'm streaming? Hit the chat, don't DM me. Sorry. It's just Macron, do I still have you, Macron? I'm curious. The list says you're still here, but that doesn't mean you're listening. But if you're still here, do you get those random DMs during your streams of like just people you've never seen before DMing you, be like, "Hey, I hope your stream's going well," and that's like fucking it. Like they're trying to get you to engage in something else. Because I know I get, unfortunately, like I said, there's unfortunately people who come in and they DM in Discord trying to sell art. And I know that a lot of people think that that's a good way to try to scam people, but it's an unfortunate thing. So I don't know if that's a just a me thing because I'm so small, or if other people see that shit too. Because I don't want to close my DM, right? Like there's occasionally y'all want to say things, and I don't want to block y'all from being able to do that. I don't know. It's just annoying. I'm guessing from your utter lack of a response that you're not. Let that dry. I need to paint triangles that are supposed to be on axes. Let's go with this red to do that. Very small, right? They're very small on box art. So basic as. Again, not talking because I'm not breathing. Oh. That kind of hurt. Went a little too long there. Fourth one. A little bit separated. Hey, Artie. How's it going, brother? Yeah, I know. Yeah, all right. Stop yelling at me. Fine, back's killing me. Tired after a long weekend, but fine. What's wrong with your back, brother? What'd you do? Go a little too hard in the sack? 40K tournament? Oh, well. Yeah, that makes sense too. It's from all the bending over, moving your pieces, and standing on a hard surface.
Please have a drink, please.
Hey, Kim. Welcome in. Like, if you stand for long periods of time on a hard surface, it does damage to your back. Bending over, moving all your pieces is going to enhance that. So, that's probably what it is. All right, drink. How you doing, Kim? You gonna be streaming this week, or are you taking another week off? That worked out rather well. That actually worked out. That actually worked out really well. Yeah, see, that's the way to do it, man. Get those anti-fatigue mats, the big puzzle mats. One of those like 2-inch thick crash pads. That's a good thing to do as well. Yeah, you're gonna be standing on hard surface for a long time. You want to do something to help support the body, because that even if you're not bending over, that'll do a lot of damage to your back. Now, granted, I'm saying this, currently doing a lot of damage to my back, bending over my painting desk the way that I am. That's why whenever I came back from break, I was like, I need to find a better way to sit. You're busy tomorrow. What are you doing? No, why are you trying to lie to me? You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing, Kim. What you doing? I don't know why I'm being so aggressive with you. Seeing my friend? Uh-huh. Sure. Where are my nails? Sorry, I have a thing on my finger. It's gonna drive me insane if I don't snip it off. Alright, well, I hope you have a good time with your friend. Like I said, I have no idea why I was being so aggressive. Do we want to go all the way down? No, we don't want to go all the way down. We'll go to the next one. Oh my god, stop. 2 days of this shit. I don't need this again. Sorry, my body is determined to kill me. It's so tedious. Need to get little leg wires. You going into London? You hanging out at home? Like, how's this going down, Kimmy? How we doing this, Kimothy? I don't know that I've ever heard this song. I said, are y'all going into London? Are y'all hanging out at home? What's happening? Is my accent too hard to understand? I know we Americans sound weird to the rest of y'all. Death Cat. Oh, gotta pause the song. Thanks for the raid, Death Cafe. I'm sorry. I love the raid little animation too much that I have to turn the music off to let it run. Like, Rain found that. I fucking love it. Fucking love the raid notif. Yeah, welcome in, man. No, I left and came back to my name. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, what y'all doing? You're not answering my question. You're like, Jesus. Rain found that one too, and it scares the shit out of me. Nihilistic overdrive. No. Like I've got it. I've got the name over here. I would love to find a way to make whatever's playing on Spotify show up on my screen. I don't know how to make that happen, and I don't feel like taking the time to do it. And it's not Nihilistic Overdrive. It is A Taste of Collapse. Right, I'm drunk. Okay, well, if you're drunk, send you a thing for that if you want your Spotify. I have it on mine. If you don't mind, Kimmy, I would much appreciate that. Because yeah, like I said, I just want to have like a little thing that's just up on screen constantly. It's like, this is what track is playing. It doesn't have, like, I don't have to have that. I feel like I'm starting to put too much shit on my screen. But you know, and it just kind of works out like that sometimes, huh? That's why I don't. That's one of the reasons why, like, I don't have an overlay. I will on the 6th. I'm gonna have an overlay on the 6th. So y'all need to be prepared for that. There will be an overlay on the screen on the 6th. But we're doing a charity event on the 6th, so that's why it's gonna be there, because it should be a tracker for that. Should be. It doesn't mean it will be. But yeah, on the 6th when we're doing the 12-hour, I'm going to be participating in Thankmas. I will have a tracker on screen. See if we can actually reach our goal. Just finished my painting stream, so I thought I would pass them over to another painter. Hey, no, man, I appreciate it. It's all gravy, man. I do the same thing every stream. I always try to raid somebody to pass folks along so that people don't have to go hunting down stuff on their own. I don't like how I'm supposed to do that wire. I really don't. Yeah, I do the exact same thing every stream, every single stream. Try to raid somebody, unless like I have to run for an emergency. Like that's been a thing. I've not raided before because I had to run because of emergency. This only happened like twice, though, I think. But I feel like I'm justified in that. Like, I don't know if I raided somebody when I got sick last week. But I know I had one night where I don't remember exactly what the circumstances were. I had to run. So it was just like, I'm not sending y'all anywhere, go back kind of situation. I gotta go get ready to head out. Have a great stream. Well, like, thank you very much, Death Cafe. Appreciate you coming in. Not Nate Find 20. Not that your name is so fucking weird. But not Nate Find 20. Thank you for the follow. Agent, there's so much. Ugh, like your mouth doesn't want to get off. Your mouth doesn't want to do that. Probably all like the harsh consonants. There's some really harsh consonants. Oh, you know what I didn't do? And I'm sorry. And I'm used to having moderators here, but I apparently don't have moderators anymore. Let's give you shout out. There we go. Proper shout out. I'll hit that. All right, so I hit you with the follow. Thank you for coming in, Death Cafe. Death Cafe is an easy name to say. It's a really easy name to say. But yeah, there's that. What are you? Variety streamer? Oh, okay, one of those. I'm just kidding. Playing the storm, pushing the limits, and even gaming it up with friends, from undead ladies to non-metallic metal. This summer, streamers got skills. Non-metallic. I wonder what you mean by. I wonder what it means by non-metallic. Because like I announce when I'm doing non-metallic. Generally, because if I'm doing non-metallic, it means I'm doing Stormcast, and I'm cursing myself into misery. I need to work on some Stormcast. I really need to get more of those busted out. I got too many of those that need to be worked on. But the wheel dictates the projects. And the wheel has not dictated Stormcast. Okay, so that's that. All right. I'm gonna have to dirty that up in a minute. Do I want to brighten those up? I should probably brighten them up a touch. Fiendish yellow. Ow! Fucking hell! No, I didn't just hit myself in the chest with a bottle of paint. Oh. God damn. Okay. Do I have anything over here that I need to be looking at? Oh, these little. You still working on her toppers. Why do I have so many? That's okay. That was clear. I already cleared you two twice. Y'all need to stop. Okay. Okay. So. I need to be brightening up. I really only need to brighten up the only one that really is going to get any kind of level of light to it, and it's really just this one. Well, I guess this one up front might see some. I might see a little bit. Brighten it up a little bit. It's not gonna. It's like these wires aren't gonna see much. It wants me to do stripes. I'm not doing stripes on wires. It's not worth it. You know? It's just not worth it. They look cool, yeah. My hand is not skilled enough. Let's get a little bit of green and do a little bit more with his back. I've done a very bad job with his back. Even though I feel like he would be cooked in this armor. I don't know if anybody else sees that the way that I do, but I feel like he would literally be getting cooked inside of his armor. Because that big ass engine is literal inches from his flesh. So I feel like he would just be getting roasted in. But that's just my opinion, you know? I heard a Badoop. Where did I hear my Badoop? What was that a Badoop I need to care about? Oh, that was Zilio. No, motherfucker. No. Hold up. No, Mew posted at 2:54 p.m. You posted at 2:55 p.m. So nah, you got notified. You even commented. Because that was during stream. But you know what? I don't know what to tell you, man. Like Mew was here for like 30 seconds and then was gone, and I haven't seen her back since. So that like she may be off making porn. That might be why none got posted. But that was still during stream, man. Well, welcome in, Zelio. How you doing, brother? Atheist? Not an atheist. Looks so weird. Why does it look so weird? What? What? What are you trying to say here, man? Trying to say that I am an atheist? Just because I don't like Christianity does not make me an atheist. I'm not new to the internet, but I'm dumb. I don't know how many times we have to illustrate that I am a fucking moron. And when it comes to meme culture, I am out of touch with fucking everything. So I don't like, we are aware of the stupidity that is I. That is not the brown that I need. That, ooh, do I want that? I don't want that. That's too dark. Am I being stupid? Am I being stupid? I might be being stupid. I'm gonna continue forward with what I'm doing, but this might be done. How's it going for you, man? I haven't talked to you in a couple of days. Were you here yesterday? I don't think you were here yesterday. I think I saw you on Saturday, but I don't remember seeing you yesterday. Why do I feel like I'm doing the wrong thing? It's because I'm doing the wrong. That hurt more than it should have. Man, I hate suddenly feeling. I know the feeling, brother. That's why I try to take a nap before stream, because otherwise I just kind of get punched in the face with tired. And sometimes even end up falling asleep on stream. And that's just embarrassing. So I understand what you mean. Successfully accomplished what I want. Need something to stabilize my stomach. There we go. Alright, so we've got. Stop! Can you stop fucking stabbing me, you little fucker? Why are you so thick? Why are you so thick? You should not be that thick. Is that better? Talking about Mew? No, I'm not. I'm not talking about Mew. To be fair, I don't know the thickness that is Mew. And doubt I ever will. But who knows? The channel may grow, and I may actually do meet and greets one day if we get big enough, and that might be a thing. I don't know, but we need to grow more. Because holy shit, we're 11 away from 400. I did not know that. Actually, kind of exciting. I was hoping to hit 500 by the end of the year. I don't think it's going to happen. But I was hoping we could do 500 by 2025. That would have been excellent. But I don't think it's going to come through. Which is unfortunate. Next brown. While that dries, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. Why do you insist on stabbing me, you little fucker? Oh, okay. Oh, ow. A little bit of brown. Not a whole lot. That's oop, not too much. Not too much. It was almost a little too much there. Hang on. How far out are we? Less than 10. I need to look. Get a better view of this. There's a wire in there? No, there's not. Where? No, there's not. But I've definitely painted part of this the wrong color. So I will fix that. But that's not... Oh, there's no wire. Oh, is that what that's supposed to be? That... disagree. No, I think you fucked up, artist. Wait, but you've got that painted green. You do. You've got that as a wire. But it doesn't connect to anything. That makes more sense as that being a metallic, given its positioning, and that being part of his skin. I don't think y'all did that. Okay. Let's cure this up. I do this because this is very flat. This is not indicative of being a... Not with that piston right there. Right? Oh no. Okay, I see it now. No, I am wrong. That was fine, we can make that green again. Stop. We can make that green again. Sorry for saying this. Very little. I mean, you're good, brother. I understand. If you're tired, you know, rest. That's fine. Totally understandable. That black was still wet. Did some light exercise and my legs disagreed with me. Trust me, I understand. Any level of exercise my body disagrees with. Totally get it. Totally get it, man. If you need to take care of yourself, take care of yourself. It's fine. You don't have to worry about... You don't have to worry about me. That looks fucking weird. That looks fucking weird. Let's change this. This definitely. Bro, I just put the tables... I just put the tables on my bed. 8-year-old could beat me in a fight. I guess the question that has to be asked is, why did you put tables on your bed? That seems like the most prudent question. Planks. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. What do you mean by planks? Planks for what? Like table leaves? Like the shit that makes the bed. Oh, okay. So like the braces that go underneath it? Those kind of is that what you're meaning? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I can see that. Being a bit of activity that's unnecessary. Rain and I actually have a one of those foldy bed frames, so like you push a button and it folds up the bed. That's what we just spent way too much money on not too long ago. Works really well. Makes the back feel a lot better whenever you're able to lift up again. And if you've got acid reflux like I do, it's really good for you. I'm not that fat, by the way. This bed is just shit. No, you're fine, dude. Fucking what, man? Don't. I don't even know what the fuck you're trying to say, man. 90 kilos? 90 kilos. That's about 180 pounds. Don't you fucking dare. I'm gonna be knocking that shit off. I'm gonna get somebody killed. Sorry. The Mathenberger. Why are you? Uh, 198 pounds. I was more off than I thought. I knew I was off. I didn't think I was 18 pounds off. I needed the other green. That's what I was doing. Yeah, it's 198 pounds. So just shy of 200 pounds. So you're... Hold on. 45 kilos smaller than me? Roughly 45 kilos smaller than I am. I'm 6 foot. I understand. 6'2", 6'3". Yeah. At 200's not that big of a deal. 200 is not that big, that big of a deal. That's a fairly standard size, especially for someone in that height range. But like I said, I'm just shy of 300. So hold on, what is 300? I can do this. I can do this really fast. 136 kilos. That's about to go off. I'm only doing his back, so it shouldn't take me but a second. That sounds dreadful. That sounds absolutely dreadful. That's starting to get to be how I am, though. I'm starting to get to a point where I can't really anything easily anymore without it fucking me up in some way. Okay, so we got the ad. We got the ad coming up. We're gonna have to take a quick break. Ad here, so I'm gonna go to bed before I reenact what I just mentioned. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and you hit the hay. It was nice having you for the brief moment, though. I'll maybe talk to you tomorrow. We'll see. We're gonna go to break, and we'll come back, and we're gonna keep going on this. I'm getting remarkably less done than I thought I was going to. Back in a few minutes. Okie dokie. Let's get back to work. This button. Oh. All right, Gazzy boy. Let's see. Let's see. This starter. Okay, go. Worked out rather well. Okay. What I need to do now, what I need. Oh, actually, let's. Before I go and do what I need to make sure that his little grippers here actually have decent coverage. Noticing they don't have as good as they're supposed to. Definitely didn't have full coverage. That's a problem. That not having full coverage will definitely make the next step look bad. So let's try to make that at least look. Oh no, that just looks that way. That just looks bad. Okay, that's probably me. That's probably me not scraping the mold lines perfect. I also know I have not done the rear grippers correctly. Did those in black, lined them. That was not the correct way to do those. Those are supposed to be total metal. Or they're supposed to be like a full metallic look. Not supposed to be painted metallic. Done. Let's update those. That when I go in, trying to dirty them up the way that I want to, it'll be done correctly. That's definitely, that could look a hell of a lot better. That probably should have been sprue gooed. That horrible fuck up. That's fun. Man, I'm doing bad. Some of these spots are just missing. Not so much like I'm doing a bad job because I'm going in and I'm like, y'all keep telling me that it's coming out. Well, I'm inclined to believe you. There's a lot of spots that I just keep missing. It's worrisome to me that I'm missing as much as I am. Okay. So. Okay. Oh, that's why I did that. That makes sense. Makes sense that I would do that. Ooh. Why are you? Okay. Probably should wash this brush whenever I use this step. That would probably be. Okay. I'm realizing now on the other Ghaz that I did, which I should have gotten out to show him compared to this one. I did his little toe claws in instead of in a metallic. Seeing how dumb that probably is. It's done like that. So I'm gonna dirty that out. I also need to do some highlights, so I need to grab some of my Who Are You? Deep Gray. And try to get that to work out. Okay. I definitely need to dirty up exhaust pipes. Might not have given myself enough room on the palette for that. Definitely did not give myself enough room on the palette for that. Oh my gosh, I'm such a fool. Why? Why do y'all insist on honking all the time? Understand what this is trying to accomplish. Nobody cares. You have phones. There's no way you don't have a phone. Call the person you're picking up. That dry. Ooh, it's gonna be ugly on this side. Let's do the top of it. Oh, is it because you would have to turn your music down in order to call somebody, so you just honk because you're inconsiderate fuck? Alright. I hate my neighbors. I hate them so much. If there was a way I could go to the office and get them removed, because they're just some of the most inconsiderate assholes I've ever encountered. Actually, on the foot, that's not too bad. On the knee, it's kind of shitty. But on the two works out really well. See if I can duplicate that over here. Thanks, Chroma. Do you want Chroma or Zeta? I should have asked, because it could, because with your name it could go either way. Oh, okay. Can we please? Chroma's fine. Okay. I figured I should ask. I don't know if I've asked that question before. There's a really good chance I will ask that question again. Thanks, dog. Welcome in, everybody. Y'all having a good day? Anything special going on? Okay, that looks a lot better. The knee, not so much. Knee, we need to do some work. But, ugh, that is not how I wanted that to go. Water. There we go. That's so much on the do a little bit of blending on the knee. The feet came out really nicely, but the knee not so. Knee kind of a little too saturated. Oh, if I go over that like that, it's gonna turn out. Let's try this. Oh, that's practically. So we're just gonna swoop. Whoop. That should help blend that in a little bit better. Not much. Painting some Scarab Terminators. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Matter of fact, this one might. Too bad in the middle. Those edges are shit. Okay, since we're working with the thin down black, need to dirty up the toast. Might not have gotten enough actual paint. Just be too much work. Are you doing those in the traditional blue and yellow, or are you changing up your colors? That almost catastrophe. Traditional? All right. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've done some Scarab Terminators. I remember not enjoying. I distinctly remember not enjoying. I know I didn't finish them. There's even a really good chance that I threw the models away. Like that's how much I think I wasn't. Only started painting 2 months ago, so I'm not getting fancy. Well, I mean, just because you just started doesn't mean like you couldn't be doing like a different color scheme. Like a buddy of mine, whenever he first got into painting, he did Thousand Suns, and he painted his up in lilac and yellow. I did not agree with that decision because the particular paint color the particular paint he was using, not a very good paint. Stop. Jeez, fine. I will reset the damn thing, you little bastard. So like I wouldn't call that fancy. Whenever I first did Thousand Suns. I painted them up to go with the rest of my Black Legion models. This was before I knew that you could not take Thousand Suns models as a part of Black Legion. So I was a little annoyed with that. Because I mean, like Black Legion's supposed to be like everybody, right? Like one of the leading generals is a former Thousand Sun. Like Kaon. Like he's Thousand Suns, but he's Black Legion. So but yeah. So yeah, just because you just started doesn't mean altering a color or two isn't within the realm of possibilities. Interior is going to be difficult. What does that knee look? Not as bright as that. Alright, we're going to have to go back in on that. If y'all are wondering why that arm is still gray, because I have a lot of plans. I have some serious plans for that. Am I going to be able to accomplish them? Unlikely. I'm still going to try. What I want, because he's got the smoking barrels there. Let's just get because he's got those smoking barrels in this pose, because I went with this pose instead of the alternate, or the traditional pose. He's got two different poses, right? He's got the pose where this leg is down here, and this leg is up on this thing back here. And he's got, like, the bullet spray coming out, but no gun smoke. Or you do him, and he's then facing that way. Instead of, in this version, he's facing this way. Got the smoke, and it's positioned the way I've got him. I don't see a whole lot of people doing it that way. So I think that it to do it with the alternate pose, because I've already done the original pose. Like, this is my second time working on Ghaz. So yeah, what I want to do is I want to try to do a heat map on the barrels instead of doing them in like in a metallic. I want to do them as though they're like superheated from the friction of the bullets. That is going to take fair. Another reason why I'm taking so much time to do all of the highlights of I am because it gives me plenty of practice in blending. I need practice. Oh, I've missed the little, for lack of a better term, crotch necklace. That's also why I didn't do the skulls on his right arm, because I'm gonna be getting around in there doing colors, and I want to do the skulls later. Because I was pretty confident that if I did them the same time that I did this skull, which I still need to do some work on, that I would inevitably end up having to repeat some work on them. And that would not something I like doing. I don't like having to repeat something too many times. I know that that just because I don't like it doesn't mean I don't do it. But the more I can reduce how often I have to address something, better. See that now that's not. I got to figure out the right. Figure out the right amount of brain. Someday you will work correctly. Amount? Amount doesn't feel. That works in. That's not quite as well. But this side, that worked out pretty. Need more water than that. Do you play the tabletop? I do not. That is not for a lack of trying. I did try 9th edition a bit with a buddy of mine over Tabletop Simulator. It did not go well, but that was a combination of me not reading the rules well enough and him not being a great teacher. But he was more concerned with testing armies for a tournament than he was teaching me, because he was testing out a new army list on me, and I didn't know how to play. So why did I do that? So that was just a little bit of an issue there of us having different goals in the situation. So it didn't go great. I have not played any 10th edition. I did intend on going in to learn to play. Okay, my LGS ran an event not long ago that they were teaching people who wanted to learn how to play. The problem is that fell on one of my 12-hour streams. I had already had the 12-hour stream planned whenever they announced that they were going to be doing that event, so I wasn't able to attend. So I would like to learn to play, but I'm slow and dumb, and I don't actually prep proper. Ooh, that is the wrong decision I am making right there. I don't prep proper lists of models So I believe you. I believe you that 10th is like, I know they removed a lot of bullshit from the game whenever they were shifting over to 10th edition. I know a lot of the stratagems was really reduced because there was too much. There was way too many different things to try to learn as far as like stratagems went, and then remembering all that kind of stuff. No, so like whenever I said like he wasn't doing a great job of teaching, okay, so we were playing. He was testing a Tyranids list, right? He's testing a Tyranids list against me, and I built a chaos list. Edit, what in the fuck is this? What is? I really hope that this changes. There we go. So yeah, like he said, he prepped a Tyranids list. I did a Chaos Space Marines list. He charged. I remember one turn he charged me with his gargoyles. Okay, against my, I think it was just legionaries. I think it was just a squad of legionaries, and whenever I went to attack him, he failed to explain to me how to read the attack stat. So I only attacked him with like each, I think on that, I think, okay. I may quote this wrong, but you'll get the idea. I believe it was in melee, that squad, each Marine had 3 attacks. Okay. And the way that I rolled, I only did 1 attack per Marine. So, like, I was supposed to be hitting him with more attacks. But he didn't tell me how I'm supposed to read the stats. So because of that, I was fighting him at a major disadvantage. Because I was doing massive amounts of damage, but it wasn't, I wasn't taking him out the way that I should have been, which was also disservicing him, right? Because like he's trying to test his list, and he would have been losing a lot more of his units if he had told me the proper way to play. He would have been losing a lot more than he was. But no, he didn't tell me that. No, I have not tried Kill Team. I've considered trying Kill Team. I've also considered, like, because I personally prefer the idea of alternate activation. That makes more sense to me than does the way that 40k is played. So I've considered Kill Team. I've also looked. I've looked into OPR. So, because that just makes more sense. Because like I feel whoever gets second turn is just at such a massive disadvantage in 40k because of the amount of damage that can be done in a single turn. I've only tried the new edition though. I've heard great things about it. I've heard really good things about Spearhead with in Age of Sigmar, right? Like I've heard great things about that. But between medical issues and streaming, I don't really have a lot of availability to go and do that kind of stuff. At least it's not AOS 3rd edition with their fucking double turn. Yeah, I heard about that. It was never something I experienced, right? But I did hear about the craziness with like the double turn that you can do, and like that just sounds devastating. That's such a broken. Now in 4th edition, still have double turn, but there's a disadvantage. Take it. Oh, okay. Well, if you balance it out so that it causes some sort of problem, that's good. Yeah, like if you're able to take double turns with like no penalty, yeah, that's some serious damage that you can rack on somebody. Sorry, I'm trying to dirty up some of these engine bits that I've not done this to, because once again, I don't like using washes. I'm really just thinning down my black paint a lot. One day Are you being dramatic, Chroma, or did you just hit the enter button too soon? I'll learn to play. For now, I'll just paint. No, I totally understand. For right now, all I do is paint. Too soon. No, I totally understand. I will learn to play eventually. There's not a whole lot of incentive for me to right now, though. None of my friends live in my area. I don't know a whole lot of the people at my LGS. The ones that I do know are all painters. They're not players. And the ones that I do know that are players, they play bolt gun, and I'm not doing bolt gun. No, I'm thinning this down too much is what's happening. Too much. Yeah. Like I said, I have no intentions on ever playing bolt gun. I don't want to paint bolt gun. I don't like painting metal models. Is really what it comes down to. Bolt guns is all metal. I don't like metal models. They're very unappealing to me. And like they're too normal. I like some weird in the models that I work on. Like Space Marines are kind of normal, but like I also don't paint Astra Militarum because they're sci-fi green army men. That's really all they are. And bolt gun is just metal green army men. So like I don't really have any intentions on doing that. But that's a really big game at my LGS. A lot of people play bolt gun. I think more and more people are starting to play Conquest there. So I could probably get behind doing that. I should honestly probably reach out to Parabellum, like the Lion did. and see about trying to get a deal with them. Is bolt gun or bolt action? Is it bolt action? It might be bolt action. I could be a total idiot. It's very possibly it's bolt action. See, that's how much I don't care. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it's bolt action. I want to paint guardsmen, but I don't want to learn to paint faces. You need to learn to paint faces. I understand your trepidation. I do. I don't like painting faces. So if you want to put it off, by all means, put it off. But you're gonna need to learn. You're gonna need to learn to paint faces sometimes. If you want to grow as a painter. Like, whatever you're doing now, whatever steps you're taking in whatever you're doing are probably good. Like, I'm not going to say, like, you need to change your entire approach and blah, 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 blah. Like, some people will tell you that. Don't do that. You learn at your own pace. If you don't want to do faces, don't do faces. Eventually, though, you will want to do them. And I say that as someone who didn't ever want to do faces. And now I have certain models that I do specifically with painting faces in mind. So now it took me a long time to get there. But yeah. Hey Wolf, how you doing, brother? But yeah, Chroma, if you don't want to do faces, don't do faces. But eventually you'll want the challenge. I guess that's the best way I can put it. Is one day you will want the challenge that comes with doing faces. That does look better. It doesn't look great. It looks better. I don't want to do that. You having a good day, Wolf? I hope you are. I'm guessing since you're here, that means Igneous ended. Yeah, Igneous ended.
May I please have a drink, please?
Alright, Kimmy, I got you. I don't know if I want to drink that anymore. Yeah, we're gonna keep moving along. Obviously, hey there. No one gave you permission to do that, but okay. Cool. That's, slightly infuriating. No, it's not. The base is really poorly designed. If I'm being 100% honest, the base is very poorly designed. So am I gonna do that? No, that's the wrong decision to make. That's the wrong decision to make. Let's make the other decision that makes more sense to make. It's fine. I have a way of dealing with that later on. I'm not gonna deal with that right now. Why are you going off now? I mean, no, it's not one job, but no, like I said, the particular way that he is designed is they want you to do it the other way. They want you to do it with like the foot here and here, which is the primary way of doing it. But the alternate with the direction I have him looking, you're supposed to do it here and here, but they're not great mounting points. So that's okay, because it'll actually make, whenever it comes to working on the base, it'll make painting the base easier. So this is a little trick that I learned from Eons of Battle. And that is to use double-sided tape. With small amounts of very thin, very wet paint. That's how you would do that. So good for you, brother. You also want to have, okay, so with the sponge, you want to make sure you're using torn sponge as well. You want to use the rough edge of torn sponge, because that will that'll make the whenever you're putting it down more random, and it'll look more natural that way, as opposed to doing it with pure sponge. Booty, I don't know what's wrong with your ears. I don't know how to. I mean, porn sponges are a thing. Porn sponges are a thing. They use them whenever. You know what? I don't think that's a thing I should be discussing on stream. So, but yeah, sometimes porn stars will use makeup sponges up their coochies to be able to shoot scenes while they're on their periods. What's unfortunate is when they forget that they've done that. I've watched a lot of documentaries. Oh, also, I was almost in the porn industry. Like, this discussion has been had. We're not going to go into that. But yeah. When porn stars are on their periods and they still need to shoot a scene, they'll take makeup sponges and they'll stick them up there. But sometimes they will forget that they've done that. And apparently the smell is atrocious. Yeah, that's exactly it. Mew, you have you been here the whole time and you were just waiting for me to say something fucking stupid? You were strange. Why am I strange? I don't understand the problem. But yeah, as Mew said there, I was a pool boy for a summer, and one of the houses that we cleaned at was owned by a studio that was shooting while we were cleaning their pool, and I was propositioned to come in and do a scene. Luckily, I was smart enough to think better of it, and ended up not doing that. No, did not do that. No, that would have been a colossal mistake. No. I don't see, this was 20 years ago. That would have ended any future prospects of a career. Literally any career that I would have wanted to get into, it would have 100% ruined any possibilities of breaking into any industry other than porn. Now today, that's not necessarily the case. 20 years ago, 100%, that would have been a bad move for me. What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by that, and I don't have a great way of referring to you. We're just gonna call you horror. No, I don't want to call you horror, because that just sounds like calling you whore. I really wish you would put a noun in your name. That would have made things so much easier. Yeah, Automod caught you there, and I'm gonna leave that to the discretion of my mods. I'm not gonna touch it. But that's how interesting your life has been. My life has been weird, man. My life has been really fucking weird. There's been a lot. There's been a lot that's gone on in my life. I've done a lot of weird with a lot of people. Good there. We're good there. We're good there. I like where that's at. I don't like where that's at. I don't know how much of that I want to adjust. But yeah, man, I've lived a very unique life. Done a lot of jobs. Offered a lot of weird jobs. I've worked in virtually every industry. Yellow, and how gaudy do you want it to look? Is yellow your primary? These are things that matter. We need a different brush before I can answer with a color. Okay, so yellow's your primary. Gonna get weathered to hell though. Okay. So you want things that work well with yellow. Okay. So if you want to go gaudy, I don't advise it, but if you want to go gaudy, you can use purple. That's your contrasting complementary color. Those are purple? No. Yes. Yeah, purple. That's the one that's on the opposite side. Yeah, you could go purple, and that will that'll give you contrasting colors, which typically look good together, but you get a gaudy look with yellow and purple. You don't typically get gaudy with other contrasting, but yellow and purple you get gaudy. If you want something that works very complementary with it, you could go with red or teal or orange. I wouldn't go green. Like, yeah, they're complementary, but they're at the same time not. Because you kind of end up getting that lemon lime feel, and you don't necessarily want that. But if you went with like a teal or a burnt red or something like that, that could look really good with it. If you're looking for a secondary color using yellow as your primary, I would say some shade of blue. You could do black, yes. You got to be careful with black and yellow though, because the black can disappear in it. Grimdark Barbie, pink. No, don't do... No, pink and yellow looks awful. Um, yeah, so like if you're using black as a secondary when you're talking about using yellow as a primary, the black disappears and it becomes practically unnoticeable. Usually if you're going to be doing black and yellow, you use black as your primary. Slap a bow on it. I mean, yeah. Depends on the shade of pink. It genuinely doesn't. Whenever it comes to pink, like maybe if you're going like a neon, but most neon pinks don't look that good. And again, you're thinking about it in a secondary capacity. Pink and yellow work together with pink as the primary, but not as the secondary. So that's the other aspect you have to look at. Is you're looking at yellow as your primary. So what's gonna bump the yellow, but not make itself invisible or degrade itself? No. Like red would be a good choice. Orange would be a good choice. Well, maybe not orange. Maybe not as a secondary. I did not find a knight wearing a skirt. I'm sorry? I think what you're looking for is a Gundam. Those are knights wearing skirts. How's it going, Barbie? I haven't seen you in a bit. And I did see your message this morning. I'm sorry that I did not message you back. You got a new job. Oh, awesome. Oh, is that why you've been so busy? I wasn't. I'm not going to lie to you. I wasn't. I read it and I did not know how to reply to you, and so I didn't. That's all it was. 30 hours in 3 days. Fuck that. Fuck that. I remember those days. I had a job working for Texas Instruments for a while. And what we would do is we would do 3 days on, 4 days off, 4 days on, 3 days off. Really, really weird, fucked up schedule. I'm sure some of y'all have worked that same type of schedule. But we worked 12-hour days. So in 3 days, I would be working 36 hours. But, one of the cool things that they did for us was you got overtime once you were over 8 hours on a shift. So all of our 12-hour shifts, we got 4 hours of overtime. So instead of like, a 48-hour week getting 8 hours of overtime, I got 16 hours of overtime. So it was still a pretty decent gig. I got fired from that job because I got accused of stabbing somebody. I did not stab anybody, but I got accused of stabbing somebody. And no investigation was put into it. They took the woman at her word. And so they fired me the next day that I came in. On missiles or calculator. Fucking what? No, I was working on thermal cameras. I wasn't working on any of the military projects. I was still in the same office as people doing the military projects, but we were doing the assembly and calibration of infrared cameras, not thermal cameras, infrared cameras. There is a very specific difference in doing that. So that's what we were working on. The guy that was buying our product was trying to use infrared imaging to detect cancer. It didn't work, but that's what he was trying. He spent a few $1 million with us. But the government contracts, they were working on cameras that were getting mounted on trucks and tanks so that they could drive without windows. So, yeah. I did occasionally have to help on those projects. Another reason why anytime a background check is done on me, it comes back basically instantly. Okay, so we've got an ad coming in. So that is going to need to be dealt with. So we're going to take a quick little break while the ad plays out. I don't know. Like, it says it does things. I'm starting to not believe that Twitch actually does what they say they do. But who fucking knows at this point? So we're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, more Ghaz School. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. There's the button. Let's keep Keep working on our boy here. How is the gun done? The gun, is there a lot of black on the gun? Is it all metal? There's a lot of black on the gun. Okay, there is some metal, but there's a lot of black. That's honestly a little reassuring. That should make actually things a little bit easier. I forget what we were talking about. I'm sure I was talking about one of my former weird jobs that I had. I've worked a lot of weird shit. Like so to give you an idea, okay? To give you an idea. When I was 17, I got a job working as working in tuxedo rentals. Okay? I was working in tuxedo rentals when I was 17. When I was 18, I got a job at GameStop. I was still working at the tuxedo place. And then, while I was working there, I also got a job working at, what is that place called? GNC, the vitamin store. I got a job working there. So I was working those three places all at once. And then I ended up leaving GNC, GameStop, and the tuxedo place all at the same time. And I went to work at a tire shop, changing tires. From there, I went to working. Oh no, I missed one. The pool boy job was while I was working at GNC, GameStop, and the tuxedo place. I was also, that's whenever I was working as a pool cleaner, because my coworker at the tuxedo place, her dad owned the pool cleaning company. And I was talking about how, like, I can't get enough hours at all of my jobs. And I was getting paid minimum wage basically everywhere. Actually, no. Yeah, I was getting paid minimum wage at GameStop and at GNC, which at that time was $5.25 an hour. And I wasn't getting enough hours to really do anything. At the tuxedo shop, I was getting $6.50 an hour, plus commissions, but I only got commissions on wedding parties, and it was based on the jacket that they were getting. The more desirable the jacket, the more that cost, and so that determined what my commissions were. My commissions were garbage. And so then I also got a job working as the pool cleaner. I did that in the mornings, and then whatever job happened to be in the evening was what I did there. So yeah, there was a period of time where I was working 4 different jobs at once. Don't recommend it. Like I said, I was making minimum wage or less. I was making less than minimum wage as the pool cleaner, but it was keeping me in better shape. I didn't stay there very long. Because waking up at 2 a.m. to drive an hour every morning to work 10 to 13 hour days as the pool cleaner, to then turn around and go to renting tuxedos or selling games or selling vitamins, like whatever I happen to be doing. Working 16 to 20 hour days every day. I couldn't keep up with that. And then I lied. I did not go directly to the tire shop from those. While I was working for, I left the tuxedo shop, and I was working at I left the tuxedo shop and the vitamin shop and went to work at, so I stayed working at GameStop, and I went to work at UPS as a truck loader, a delivery truck loader. Who is Yuki? Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah, went to work at UPS. I was at GameStop and UPS. My manager ended up getting fired at GameStop, and so my availability and the new company policies on part-timers changed. So part-timers were no longer allowed to work weekends. Only the full-timers were allowed to work weekends. And that was my only availability. So I got laid off, but let's be fair, they fired me. And so I was working at UPS for a little while. And then I went from UPS to working at the tire shop. And there's so many places, guys. Like, y'all don't understand. This is all in the span of like 2 years, by the way. It's not like this was over a span of like 4 or 5 years. This is over a span of like 2 years that I was doing all of this. I worked for the tire place for a pretty significant amount of time. Went to work for Texas Instruments. From there, when I got fired from Texas Instruments, I went back to the tire shop. I just had a different location. Same manager, different location. I'm trying to remember what all I did, because there's so many jobs. Like, these were all pretty significant jobs in my life, but there's so many more that I did that were very insignificant. Like, there was a period where I worked for Dillard's. Ended up losing that job. There was a period of time. Oh no, now I remember. So I went from working at the tire place to working for Verizon as a technician. And like, I was an in-store cell phone tech. And I worked that job for a while. The contract with that company ended up getting reduced. I was one of the few people who got kept, but I got changed to a new location. So the original location I was at was about 25 minutes from where I lived. The new location that they moved me to was an hour and a half away, and it was the only location in the DFW area they got to maintain in-store technicians. They don't have them anymore. I lost that job because the vice president of the region came in, and I was asleep on my lunch break in the break room. And he woke me up and was like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And I'm like, "What is happening?" And like, apparently I was a little insulting and didn't seem excited to work there. So he had my contract canceled because I wasn't excited enough to work there. I was at retail. I was at the retail level. I wasn't excited enough to work for the company. So he had my contract canceled. The company that held my contract sued them after that. I didn't get any of it, but the company got some restitution for it, and then then all of the contracts ended up getting severed. After that, I was unemployed for almost a year, and then I went back to working for Verizon under a different contract company, doing in-store customer service at a location that no longer exists. And The reason that that worked out was because that VP had gotten fired because one of their contractors ended up suing them and they lost. So they ended up getting rid of him because he was the cause for the lawsuit. Because apparently he caused other issues as well. Well, like my firing because of that was was more of a final straw kind of situation. It wasn't a primary reason. It was just something that they felt gave them the ability to actually go in on things. So that happened. So I went back, like I said, I went back to work for Verizon as in-store customer service. I have to reference the box art model real quick. That's how that's done. Okay, I don't like that. That's how y'all did that, but that's how we'll do that. Yeah, went to work as customer service. That job I was working open to close 6 days a week. Okay. I was there for 4 months and the store closed. And because the store closed, that was the only store in Texas that was still contracted with that particular contractor. So my contract got severed and I ended up losing that job. I went from there to working. What did I do after that? Oh, what did I do after that? I don't remember. I know eventually. So there, I worked another job between that one and then the next job I got was with a company that does CB radios. They sell and service CB radios for like Southwest Airlines, Macy's, like companies like that have like a lot, like people in stores have like their little CB walkie-talkies to be able to communicate around and whatnot. They sold the radios as well as did all of the service for like anything that would break down or anything like that. They would do all of that kind of stuff as well. So that was, I had that job for a while. So what I was doing, I was essentially just doing data entry there. That's all I was doing for them was data entry. Whenever repair work would come in, it would go through my department where we would enter all the information into the system because they would like come in with paperwork and it would just be digitizing that, which is a remarkably inefficient system. But my immediate supervisor there was a pregnant woman. So she had an immediate distaste for me. And because of a lot of circumstances going on with her, even though I was pretty decent at my job, she hated me. So I ended up losing that job after about a month. We're still going. So after that, and okay, I need to talk about that company for a little bit to help also illustrate why I was doomed at that position. So this was a company that was woman-owned, woman-operated, and this was a point of pride with them. Like, when I say this is a point of pride with them, they took a lot of pride in the awards that they won simply because it was woman owned and operated. Those were literally the qualifications that got them their awards, because they were woman owned and operated and they reached certain thresholds of profit and bullshit. And this was something they were talking about in the interview, right? And me, as one of, I think, 7 men that worked at that company, all of the rest of the men in the company were engineers. They were the guys that actually opened up the radios, who did all the servicing, all of that kind of stuff. They were all like educated engineers and shit like that. So they were in that department. Me, I was the only man, aside from the owner's husband, that was not in the engineering department. So I was kind of doomed from the start because they were kind of sexist against men. My immediate supervisor was very sexist against men. The owner was not. Okay, I want to specify that the owner, she was a wonderful woman. HR, no issues there. Everyone else in customer service, they all loved me. The person who ran the department absolutely loathed me from the moment she met me. So, am I? No, I'm not. I'm not doing that wrong. Okay, that's the right place. So, like I said, I was doomed at that job from the start. From there, I went to work at one of those cell phone repair shops that you see in the mall. I went to work at one of those for a little over a year. That store ended up getting shut down. It was the company's fault that we ended up getting shut down. So let me explain something to you that they fucked up. And when they realized they fucked up, because there was a problem, right? So what happened was the store opened up a few weeks before I started working there. The manager that was working there at the time was my third manager from Verizon, from the store that got shut down. He was my manager there. He really liked me. So he called me up literally a week before I got fired from the CB company. He hits me up on Facebook. He's like, "Hey, I'm working at this place now. Would you like to come and work for me?" I never replied to him. I lost my job. I held him up. I was like, "Hey, yeah, I'm totally interested in that." I was back to work the next Monday. So that was very fortunate. But yeah, I went to work for him. Like I said, I worked for him for a year. So what happened there was I started working there in December. In April, the company decided they were going to run a Groupon that you could get your, and this is back in the day of the iPhone 4, 4S, and 5. Okay. You could come in and you could get your screen repaired or replaced. Really, you could get your screen replaced for $45 with this Groupon, which was barely over the cost of a new screen. Like wholesale for a new screen, I think was $38. So it's barely over cost. It's not covering like labor or anything like that. It's literally just barely covering the cost of the actual materials. And the original idea was that it was only going to run for a month. It ran for 8 months because they forgot to turn it off. They forgot to set an end date. So there was no auto shut off for it. They had to manually shut it off. And they forgot to do that. And they came in one day and corporate came in one day and someone came in with the Groupon and they're like, "Why are you still honoring those? Those are only supposed to be good for 6 months." And we looked at him and went, "The Groupon is still active. What do you expect us to do? They bought that this morning." So they ended up ending that, but that had done so much damage to the 2 locations that were in the DFW area that they ended up having to shut down. They're a Florida-based company. I should give you a little bit of idea of how they fucked up the way they did. They're a Florida-based company. They experimented in our area with 2 stores, one in Dallas, one in Fort Worth. And because of their own stupidity, both of those stores ended up closing down. A massive, massive loss in money because we were doing so many basically at cost repairs. I think towards the end of it was cost because the price of parts was going up. And I think that's why they came in and they were trying to figure out what the fuck the problem was. So from there, what did I do from there? I'm trying to remember. I think from there, I went to work for Dillard's. I think that's what happened then. I went to work from Dillard's from there. That was a few months later. I went to work for Dillard's. I ended up losing that job because I wasn't making quota. And I wasn't making quota because they put me in formal wear. And I was in the ghetto mall in the DFW area. So formal wear didn't move. So my 90-day numbers were too low. But the thing is my 30-day numbers were really high. My 30-day numbers were really high because I changed my availability to mornings. So what ended up happening there was they changed what department I was in. They moved me from formal wear to polo. Polo sells like fuck in that location. So my 30-day numbers were really high, but they weren't enough for my 90-day numbers, and they ended up firing me because my 90-day numbers were too low. From Dillard's, I went to work I went to school for a while, right? So I went whenever I was at Dillard's. The reason my availability changed was because I decided to go back to college. Big mistake. Shouldn't have done that. Well, big mistake and not big mistake, and there's more reasoning behind that, but we'll get into that in a minute. But I went back to college while I was at Dillard's. So that's what changed my availability. And I decided to take some time off from work to go to school. Some issues were happening with the family. So I ended up needing to go back to work while I was at school. And so I got a job at Target working the stupid early morning shift. And that, when I say like stupid early, like, I mean, there were days where I was at work at 2 a.m. Because we were unloading the truck and then stocking shelves and things like that. That's where I met Rain. We ended up bonding because both of us were in college at the time. I think that's really the only reason why Rain bothered talking to me, was because she had someone to relate to who was going through the dumb shit that college is in the U.S. So we were both going to college at that time. So I was working at Target then. I got sick, and Rain told me to leave that job. So I did. After I got better eventually. And then I graduated. I focused on school. I graduated. It took me a little bit of time, but I ended up getting a job with the warehouse, doing at the fulfillment company, and was in IT there for 5 years. Left them to go work for the automotive conglomerate, where I got sick and had to leave my job. And then I'm here doing this with y'all. Like I said, I've done almost everything there is to do. I avoided the food industry. I purposefully avoided the food industry. But I've done quite a bit. And I missed things in there, okay, guys? Like, there are jobs I missed in there. I worked for Best Buy for like 2 weeks before it was a situation of, I can't live on 4 hours a week. So I left that job because literally that was what they were offering me, was 4 hours a week. So I was only there for like 2 weeks. And I don't remember exactly where that falls into everything. But yeah, I've worked a lot of different things. Those were all the significant positions that I was in. Like I said, there's tons and tons of stuff that I did that were on the books, off the books, short term, long term, all kinds of stuff that are just a large variety of things. So yeah. How long did I talk about random working places? Half an hour? Wow. So when y'all ask why I know some of the things that I know, you need to understand I've met every kind of person there is to meet. I've worked almost every type of job there is to work. I've picked up information everywhere. Like I do things. That's just been life for me. And that's also all the legal work. All right. There was some very illegal work that I did that I'm never going to confess to on the internet as to what those things are. Um, because those are very illegal things that I did, and I don't want to go to jail. But yes, there was a lot of very lucrative, very illegal work that I did. Not for very long. Not for very long because it was very, very dangerous. And I didn't want to die. Because that was a strong possibility of a thing happening. So I got out of that pretty quickly. But it was like I'm telling you, man, $1,000 a night, that's a damn good gig. Okay. There's lots of metallics that I need to paint. That needs to be yellow. That's why that's not been painted, because that needs to be yellow. Right? Am I crazy about that? Yeah, that needs to be yellow. Those need to be copper. Why are the bullets copper? So yeah. Like I said, lots of work. Lots of work doing lots and lots of things. Plus, like I said, there was a good 3 or 4 year span there where all I did was watch documentaries. That's why I know the thing about porn stars and their periods is because I brain I watched a documentary on it. Them talking about basically how horrible the industry is on them is really what that documentary was. Is it was former porn stars that were confessing how terrible the industry is towards the women in it. Which, I mean, everybody kind of already knew that, but they were getting into the nitty gritty of it. There's some really bad shit that happened in there. But yeah, so like if a woman was on her period and needed to do a scene, they would stuff makeup sponges in her, and sometimes those would get forgotten about for up to a week. And I mean, I'm sure any woman in the audience knows what kind of damage that can do to you. But so yeah, there was a lot of shit with situations like that. Other all sorts of things, all sorts of horrible stories. So I do not envy anybody who actually got in this. Like I said, whenever I was offered in, I was like, nah, that's not for me. One, it would have been career suicide for anything that I may have wanted to do. Um, at the time, I don't know that it would have as much impact on me today, but I definitely know that there are like OnlyFans girls who are using OnlyFans as a way of paying for college. And once they've got their degrees, they're having issues getting into their industries because of their time as OnlyFans girls. Because it's so looked down on, at least in America. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but it's very looked down upon in America. So people who do that tend to have issues. Plus, I'm not big enough for porn. Like plain and simple. Plain and simple, I'm not big enough for porn. And don't need that level of embarrassment on the internet. Oh shit, that alarm is about to go off again. I probably should not have painted that. What color is that supposed to be? Yeah, I should not have painted that. That's supposed to be yellow. In my degree, like I said, I went to college. The degree I got is in cinematography. I was originally what I wanted to do was I wanted to be a cameraman slash editor for a YouTube channel. Like I wanted to work in YouTube. That's what I honestly I still do. I would love to work for a studio, but it wasn't really in the cards. I would have had to have moved to um, to California or something like that, which would have required me to leave Rain in Dallas, and I didn't want to do that. I like Rain and I were deep into our relationship whenever I graduated. I didn't want to leave Rain. I'm glad that I chose not to do that. Like we're still together, obviously. We got married a few years back. Um, I do still think that that was the correct decision. Um, Relationship wise to stay. But as far as for my career, no, it was not the best move to make. Because I've not been able to get into the industry. I have no resume essentially of getting into the industry. Whenever I was graduated, I had had several short films to my name, but I don't like those are all outdated things that I haven't worked on in a long time. So they don't. So people want to see recent work. They don't like stuff that's a few years old and much less 10 years old at this point. They don't give a shit about that kind of thing. So it's unfortunately just something that doesn't look like it's going to end up happening right now. As much as I would like to get into the industry. I don't think I'm going to. But hey, I can use my skills here here on Twitch to do fairly well. And this has been a level of fulfilling as far as my chosen career goes. Hold on. What am I fucking up? I feel like I'm fucking up. That. Okay, so I need to get that. Those are supposed to be metal. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. I'm not fucking up as much as I thought I was. These are supposed to be. Yeah. That's been my very extensive work history. At least what I can remember slash am willing to talk about. Plenty, like I said, plenty of things I'm not willing to talk about. Tons of things that I've forgotten. Because whenever I was working at Target, I remembered back then. I remembered whenever I was at Target. Whenever I took that job, I was talking with my supervisor and one of the other guys on my team, and they were talking about like these various different jobs that they'd worked, and I started talking about my list. And when we counted up everything at that time, I had worked over 30 different positions. And I want to say I was 27 at the time. Yeah, I was 27 at the time. I had worked over 30 different positions. I'm a very difficult person to employ. Um, I've gotten better in recent years, mostly because the fulfillment job broke me down. If I'm being totally honest, it did. It broke me. I've since then become more of an advocate for bettering work conditions for as many people as possible. But I was a very belligerent employee for a very long time. If I disagreed with my supervisors, which was real easy for me to do, um, I tended to talk back a lot. It was obviously a mistake. Um, I require a certain kind of manager. I require a very hands-off manager because I'm a very independent person. I've worked so many different jobs in so many different industries that it's real easy for me to pick up a new job and find better ways of doing things. Sometimes the companies are doing things the best way that they can, right? But a lot of times I can find better ways of doing things pretty easily. And most managers are not willing to listen to that. They always think that whatever their thought is the best. That was a problem that I had at the fulfillment company. The COO, who is a 70-ish-year-old man, okay? And this was 4 years ago? 5 years ago? 6 years ago. 6 years ago. He was a 70-ish-year-old man who had been in the industry for, I think he said he had been in the industry for 20 years. And the problem is that normally would sound impressive. He drove every company he worked for out of business. He was our COO. I would constantly be like, this is a better way of doing this. This is a better way of doing this. This is a more economical way of doing this. This is a better for our employees way of doing this. He did not care. If it was not his idea, it didn't matter. It was not something that was going to be implemented, which got to a point where I went to the CEO and I went, listen, he doesn't know dick about my department. Can I have absolute authority over my department? CEO went, yeah, absolutely. And the technology situation improved 20-fold in 6 months. Because I stopped asking for approval. But working with him broke me. It took a long time. It took probably 3 or 4. Well, I worked with him for 4 years, 4.5 years. So it took probably 3 years for him to break me to the point that all I cared about was not how I was being treated, but how everyone else in the company was being treated. Because yes, I was being treated like dog shit, but I was at least getting paid a decent salary for it. Everyone else was making like $13 an hour and was being treated like they were animals. And it became my mission to try to improve their lives for them. Working with the company. And then a job came along, like I said, working for the car conglomerate, and I jumped on it. It was a bad decision, okay? I want to specify that. Going and working for the car conglomerate was a bad decision for me. But because I do think that contributed to me getting sick, because I was working 16-hour days for them, and I was about to start working 20-hour days for them. Because they were getting ready to, at one of their dealerships, they were getting ready to close one of the buildings and move everybody from that building over to another building. It's on the same property, but they were getting ready to move everybody over to another building so that they could do renovations. It was 600 employees that 6 people had to move. And I like I said, I got sick. That was going to be about 6 months away, mind you. Okay, like we were aware of it coming, but it was going to be 6 months out. I was already in and out of doctors by the time I was informed of this. Okay, so I don't want to be like, I found out about this and then I got sick. I got sick, then I found out about this, and after not being able to take any kind of short-term leave. Because I hadn't been with the company long enough, essentially, is what it was. They're like, we can't give you, well, it was really long-term leave is what I needed to take. Like, we can't give you leave because you've only been with the company for like 2 months. And so essentially they were letting me not be at work while the doctors were saying I needed to not be at work. And then on one of the days I was getting ready to come, I think it was like 5 days away from having to come back. I wasn't getting any better. I called up my HR rep and I was like, hey, I'm not going to be able to come back. And they're like, that's okay. Let us know when you come back. And I was like, no, I don't think you understand. I'm getting worse. I'm not getting any better. Like, I had gone through surgery already. Things were happening. I was getting worse. Like, you don't understand. This is getting worse every day. It's not fair for them to not be able to fill a position because I'm still on the payroll. So like that's the thing is like because that position was mine, right? Like they were only allowed a certain number of technicians, and one of those positions was mine. They weren't allowed to hire anyone in because I was taking up that position. I wasn't getting any better. There was no telling when I was going to get any better. So it was a situation of, hey, I can't work for you anymore. It's not fair to the team for me to be there, for me to be eating up this position whenever they're in need of more workers. So I left that position. Boy, I tell you the dirty looks that I got whenever I came to pick up my shit. I got so many dirty looks from the people who were still there. None of the technicians, mind you. It was all people in higher positions, some of the programmers, things like that. They were giving me all these dirty looks because I was there for such a little amount of time. To them, I didn't look sick. So yeah, it was really unfortunate, but I left that job for everyone's betterment. Like I needed it because I needed to rest. I needed to see doctors constantly. I still need to see doctors constantly. And yeah, about not even been a year yet, right? Like it's not even been a year that I've been streaming. I started streaming in April. So I've been doing this since April. I ended up leaving that job in January, I think January or February. February. It was February of 2023 that I left that job. And I only thought of myself as well enough to stream, mind you, okay? And streaming doesn't take a lot of physical effort, right? Like you're at a desk for most of it. I only felt well enough to stream starting this past April. To give you an idea of like how long I would have been out of work there. Like I wouldn't have been able to report into work there. And there wasn't really like a work from home type of position that they could offer me because I was an IT specialist. So like everything that I did was on site. We didn't do a whole lot of over the phone work. It was people submitted their tickets in the system, and 9 times out of 10, it was going out on site to do a repair. So that was a situation there. Now I was actually able to impress upon some information to them that they did not have prior to me leaving. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the company Zebra. I don't know what you just said to me, Nodens. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the company Zebra. A lot of the stuff that they do are little handheld computers. That's what most people are familiar with them for. They're also really big in the label printer side of things. So, like shipping labels, for example, you know those 4x6-inch shipping labels. They're really big in production of printers for those. Them and Brother and Dymo are the 3 main companies that do that. So because of my time with the fulfillment company, I knew a great deal about Zebra printers and ways of of making corrections on those very easily. Like so one of the things that you have to do pretty frequently on them is calibrate them. And normally, what they were doing at the car company is they would actually go into the software, because there's a software that you can run on the computer. So they would go into the software and they would run the program, which would run the calibration. You don't need to do that with a Zebra printer, though. We use Zebra printers on my work. Yeah. So Zebra printers, to recalibrate them if you're having an issue with a label, you hold the feed button until the LED blinks twice, and the printer will recalibrate itself. It will sense the size of the label that's in there, and it will calibrate itself to that. If that does not work, which there was an occasion where that didn't work, you hold the feed button until the LED blinks 4 times. That will do a RAM reset on the printer, and it will calibrate itself. So it does a little bit of a soft reset on the printer, and it gets it into a condition where it's more in line with factory programming, but then also does a sticker calibration. So it'll sense your size, and it'll reset a few other settings, and it also has a tendency of resetting the intensity of the laser. Most Zebra printers have a thermal laser. Some of them use ink ribbon. If you're using an ink ribbon one, I'm sorry. I feel so sad for you. But the thermal ones, it'll reset the laser intensity. I think it sets it to level 20 is the default, which is usually a really good setting for receipts and for both receipts and labels. So a little bit of a trick there. If you use those kind of printers, it's a real easy fix that can be done straight from the printer. You don't have to do anything in the computer. You can do it straight on the printer. And it fixes 99% of your problems with a Zebra printer. So just those 2 things. And they were unaware of that. Like I said, they were unaware of that. So whenever there was one guy who was having an issue with his printer, and we went in and we did some fixes on it. We did some changes. And as we're getting ready to leave, I looked at the this was on my day of training when I was shadowing a guy. I was like, why don't you calibrate the printer while we're here? He's like, oh, well, we'll remote into it when we get back to base. We'll remote in and we'll run the program from there, and that'll take care of it. And I go, why do you need to run a program? Just run it on the printer. What are you talking about? And I go, so this one the printer was about this wide, and all it was designed to do was to print those reminders that they stick on your windshield for when you need to get your oil changed. So I think a lot of people know what I'm talking about when I say that label. And so it's a real small one. The LED on that one was actually a ring around the feed button. And I was like, hold the feed button until the LED blinks twice and then let it go. And he looked at me and he was like, you're crazy. And he goes and he holds the feed button. It blinks and then it blinks again. He releases and it goes through the calibration process. And I go, try printing a label with it now. Because we tried printing a label, right? And it came out kind of cocked. And I was like, try printing a label with it now. So he ran the little test print and it came out perfect. He was like, oh, that's a fun trick. I'm like, how many Zebra printers do we have? He was like, thousands. He's like, that's going to simplify so much work. I'm like, well, there you go. There's my expertise coming from order fulfillment, working out in a totally different industry. Like I said, I do all kinds of weird shit. And it's all come in handy at some point or another in doing something. So yeah, that's why I say I can usually relate to just about anybody about just about any position. Like, I've never worked in the food industry, never want to work in the food industry. I have seen how those people are. Fuck that shit. Some of the worst customers on the planet come out of the food industry. And it's like, this is dumb. It's dumb of you to treat these people this way. Like, why would you ever harass the people who handle your food? Like, I was friends with a lot of people who worked food industry. Tabletop hobby industry? No, I've not. I've worked retail. So I have a pretty good idea of what things look like there. But as far as like specifically tabletop hobby, no, I've not worked on this. Doing this is kind of my extent of working in tabletop hobby. One of the reasons why getting news on things is a little bit more difficult for me because I don't really know what I'm looking for a lot of the time. So I don't know how to look for things. I don't know the right keywords to look at things. I don't even know what all different games there are out there. Like gaming is one thing I didn't work in. Like I said, I worked at GameStop for a while, so I worked in video games for a bit, that position was weird. There are things that they let you do at that job that you don't think that they're going to let you do. I don't know that they let you do this anymore, but when I was working there, you were allowed to take home any used game that you wanted for a night. Like any used game, if you wanted to take it home, you could. Seafall Gamer, thank you for the follow. But yeah, like I said, just about any used game. New games, no. Used games, by all means. And the thing is, you generally had copies of used games. I don't think they, like I said, I don't think they do this anymore. You had copies of used games, new used games, on release day. Almost every single store back whenever I worked there had used copies of new titles on release day. And we were very much instructed to never tell people that. I don't think they do that anymore because I don't think they let employees take games home anymore. I very much think that whole situation has changed. So, okay. There's a lot of what color is that supposed to be? What color is that supposed to be? Is that just teal color? Can't tell, and you don't have the tilt on this particular model. No, it's bronze. Yeah, that's bronze. Okay. Do I have a bronze? I have a brass. Do I have a bronze? I have that bronze. I don't want that bronze. Do I have a light bronze? I would like a light bronze. Is that light bronze? That's kind of ugly. I don't know if this is the color I want. I'm gonna paint up one of these squids real quick. I don't know if this is the color of bronze that I want. I don't think it is.
May I please have a drink, please?
Give me just a second, Timothy. No, that's definitely not what I want. I'm gonna have to go with the light bronze. I don't like the light bronze in color, but I think it'll work a lot better than this one does. All right. Oh, of course we're at another camera refresh. Why wouldn't we be? far are how deep in are we? We're oh, look at that. That's about to happen too. Okay, fun stuff. So we're actually about to get an ad break. I think it should warn us here in a few seconds. So we're gonna be getting an ad break here in a minute. So I'm gonna basically get this painted up and put away because this is not the color I want. Honestly, this is probably the color I should have used on the bullet casings. I'm not gonna go back and change that because those were kind of a pain in the ass to work on anyways. Yeah, there's the warning. So yeah, I'm gonna leave those the color they are. I am gonna try to get a little bit of black over them. Yeah, that's not the color I want to do for that heatsink. So there's the heatsink on the gun here. That's not a good place for a heatsink on this type of weapon, but that's where they put it. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go and take a quick little break while the ad plays for whomever happens to get it. It tells me it plays, and then I've got so many of you who tell me it doesn't. That's probably a better color. Yeah, that's a better color. We'll be back in a few minutes. Continue working on our gun arm here. Okie dokie. Did I turn that back on? I did. Okay. Da-da. Doesn't want to tell me who did that. Did it tell me over here? You did that. Okay. Sorry, I just saw the thing on my screen for something that AutoMod blocked. I didn't know who denied the appeal. Where should you go on the palette? Let's go over here. Not a lot of great spots to put. We're getting close. We're getting close to done with our boy. Not that one. And obviously, we still got the base that needs to be done. So that's going to be a deal all to itself. Skulls here. That's why I didn't want to paint them. That looks really bad. Looks exceptionally bad, you know? We're gonna let that dry. Maybe it'll look better when it's dry. Like I said, it's a bad heat sink. It's not a well-designed one. I guess it's supposed to be some kind of. It's really supposed to be some kind of exhaust grill. Looking at it now, but then again, in what capacity? There, but it's very visible here. Tell me I didn't get that on the shoulder. I did not get that on the shoulder. Awesome. That's gonna take a while to dry. That seems like a slower paint to dry. I have to let that go. It looks okay. It could look better, but it looks okay. Bump up coverage here. Spot a little too dark. I have a lot of edge lining that I need. Don't know how most of it. Trying to add some wear onto our boy here. Come at this one from this angle. Ugh. No good angles. Okay. Jeez. Man, that's way more difficult than it should be. On these pistons, some solve. But first, I need to solve some other issues with them that just looks plain bad. That. Much better. Start over. It doesn't look quite the way I want it to. Okay. I need this. Ooh, that's thicker than I want that to be. And now it's much thinner than I need it to be. How wonderful for me. Way thinner than I need. That's terrible. That. That cable is supposed to be yellow, but I painted it black, so it's gonna be red. No, I said I'm going for box art, but this is that's just not something. Covering up the gray primer is bad enough. Covering up black that you accidentally put down, fuck that. Plus, it looks like they use red wires more for weaponry, anyways. In other places, I fucked that up. Yeah, I fucked that up a lot, actually. Quite a bit. That's fine. We can fix that. Take coats to fix it, but yeah, that seems a very me thing to have done. That should be easily. That one, less so, but we got it. Okay. Ridges again. Okay. That works. Highlight that. Back to the yellow over here. Try to get better color. What color is that supposed to be? Not going to be a problem. It's probably going to be. Okay. Up. Yellow brightening that up. Brighter yellows. What color is that supposed to be? Do we have eyes on that? I don't think we have eyes on that. Nope. No eyes on that. But the surround that it goes into is done in iron. So likely same. Because of the way that it's done. Big of an issue. Yep. Side. Okay. More this. Trying to get. Oop! Don't fall. Go. Theory. That'll be enough. We still need to brighten it up a bit. This piston. This is the wrong brush. Brush is too big. Go one more down. More down has a finer tip. That somehow somehow get... How do I do that without making it look terrible? Let's go in the actual line. That might be the... Actually, just go in the line. Yeah, that's the play. Here. Slightly annoyed with this. I don't have a whole... Oh, this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Whole hell of a lot to work. Clamp here. Just a hose clamp. Oh. Wow. That should not have worked. That didn't work. That looks pretty bad. Fix that. Okay. Could do the chamber. Probably not gonna. Oh, I feel like an idiot. I feel like such a freaking idiot right now. I know I'm not doing anything wrong. I just, except for that was very wrong. Just, it's also pretty wrong. Oh, I should. Whoop. I should. Can we quit with the frickin' water? Yeah, that was destined to happen. That's probably a decent signal. With how unsteady I'm getting with my brush, probably a decent signal to stop. I'm getting really unstable with what I'm doing. And that just means I'm going to start messing up more. The more I mess up, the more frustrated I'm going to get. The more frustrated I get, the more unstable I'm going to be. It would probably be wise. And there. Still have more of the gun to do. More edge highlighting that needs to be done. Like I said, I wanna try to make these look hot. So we're gonna be doing some yellows, oranges, reds on the actual barrels here. So that's gonna be interesting when I decide to do that. Need to do some proper highlighting over here. Like I said, more panel lining and edge highlighting in the metal. He's looking really good. At least in my opinion. I don't know what y'all think. I think he's looking pretty good. There's some more. A lot more edge highlighting in there that needs to be done. And then of course we've got some highlighting to do to bring some of these grays up in areas on this arm. We're going to continue back on with this tomorrow. Like I said, my hand's getting a little shaky, a little unstable. That means it's time to end. Really what it means is my blood sugar is getting low. But that doesn't change the fact that it's probably a good idea to end it there. How long are we? We are 4.5 hours. That's not too bad. So, okay. Where shall I send you? Is the next question. Are any of my friends live? Oh hey Crypt. Thank you for talking right at the end. Great seeing you, brother. You've been up for an hour. You know what? That's a weird title with there being a child on screen, but okay. We're gonna go over to what is your name? Freya's Fire TTV. But with a title like Titties and Minis Mondays, like how can I not? So yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Another reminder, December 6th, we've got the 12-hour stream working on Sinessa. I'm gonna keep we're gonna keep working on Ghaz tomorrow. We're gonna keep working on Ghaz till he's done. We're gonna work on Ghaz until he's done. When he's I haven't finished one of these big models in a while. We need to finish. So I'm going to keep working on him until he's done. We've got this arm and then the base, and that should be it. 12-hour coming on December 6th. We're also going to be participating in Thankmas because they happen to fall on the same day. So I will have a Thankmas link available to y'all if you would like to contribute to that. Tomorrow, I'll be back around the same time that I was today. Maybe a little early, probably not, but maybe. And we'll be, like I said, we'll be working on Ghaz, trying to get him all finished up. I'm going to send you over to Freya. Y'all have a good night, guys.
Whoever rated, give me a minute. Hold on. Almost done. Hello. This is the hello. Thank you so much for the raid.